Hey everyone, this is This Week in Tech episode 54. In this episode, we're going to be talking about motherboards because there's nothing else to talk about. Hey, Two Piece, you made it in time. You were actually earlier. You actually came into the stream before I actually went live. So you were early. Not on time, you're actually early. So, hey everybody. All right, how's it going? There's not a whole lot to talk about in terms of tech articles this week. We're kind of in that sort of lull period where, it's just kind of at this point. I think the main thing that people are probably looking for are probably hardware leaks. I think that's the thing. A lot of people are going to be looking for hardware leaks for the next several weeks to months because I would say April and May are going to be pretty boring, in all honesty. Like, unless some massive leak comes out. There actually was a leak that I want to talk about regarding Zen 5 specifically. There was one earlier this week. There was a shipping manifest. Actually, I think there was a couple of shipping manifests. But yeah, so other than Zen 5, this sort of like articles like, okay, for this first one here, we'll just get into this one because this is sort of the main article that I wanted to talk about. And then we can kind of discuss, anything regarding tech related stuff in the PC DIY space. But recently, the ASUS motherboards, there was a BIOS update that actually added support for the Zen 5 Granite Ridge CPUs. According to this article. It's not even just this article. So, if you guys know anything about the BIOS updates for AMD-based motherboards, so the BIOS updates, they're a little bit different from the Intel BIOS update in the sense that so the BIOS for a typical motherboard, so if you think of like ASUS or MSI or any of them really, there's the overall BIOS package, and then there's the something called a system management unit update, which is basically AMD specific. So they call it AGESA. So AGESA is the acronym. So AGESA. I say AGESA, but it's basically AMD generic. I think it stands for AMD Generic Encapsulated System Agent or something like that. The point of it is, this basically, if you see an AGESA update, it means that it is an update from AMD themselves that they made available to all the motherboard manufacturers to integrate into their own BIOS updates. So, for example, ASUS has their own BIOS update that they supply for all their different motherboards. The AGESA update is like an internal package that... Oh, thanks, Nicholas. Yeah, AMD Generic Encapsulated Software Architecture. See, I was close. I said AMD Generic Encapsulated. I said, what did I say? I said System Agent or something. System Agent is actually... It's funny that I say System Agent. System Agent is actually an Intel acronym. But I couldn't remember what the SA was. So, but yes, software architecture. Okay, anyway, the point is, anytime you see a AGESA update, that means that AMD themselves made an update. So, like, they actually made an update. Because sometimes there'll be a BIOS update for, like, an ASUS motherboard, and it might just be ASUS changed something specific to their motherboard, which means it has nothing to do with AGESA, it has nothing to do with AMD, it has nothing to do with like MSI or anything else. It could be like a vulnerability for their, like maybe a component on their board had a problem or something. Like, that's usually what it is, a normal BIOS update. But anytime there's an AGESA update, that means that AMD changed something. And this would apply to every AMD motherboard regardless of the vendor. Now, the only differentiating factor for the vendors in this case would be how early or how late they are to release this sort of update. and integrate it into their actual BIOS update. So in this case, ASUS recently listed a BIOS update, and apparently it's still available. You can get it from like the Google Drive for whoever uploaded this. But it includes right here at the very top, Fire Range Pi 1.1.7.0, Granite Ridge 98.58.0. So this is the first AGESA BIOS update, at least the public one, for the motherboard vendors to have access to, where it's kind of like an official BIOS. It's not one that AMD had internal, because it's one that ASUS has access to. So basically it's given to the partners, which in this case would be ASUS and the others. I can only imagine that all of them have the BIOS at this point, because we're getting closer and closer to the Zen 5 launch. With every passing week, we get closer to the announcement. So expect, what I feel is in the next few weeks, there's going to be more and more leaks regarding Zen 5, because this is the next piece of hardware to release. Like, this is the first in line for those that are waiting for a new, like for those of you that like hardware leaks and new hardware, for if you're going to upgrade your PC, for example, or even if you're not planning on upgrading, you just like this type of stuff. Zen 5 is the first one. So Zen 5 is the first in line to be released to the public. Then after that, I don't know what will come next. It's either, if I had to guess, it would either be RDNA 4 or Intel Battlemage, followed by Blackwell and the PS5 Pro. And then whichever one, if Intel's Battlemage was first, then RDNA 4 will be at the end. If RDNA 4 comes first, then Battlemage will be at the end. Something like that. So, but I know for a fact Zen 5 is on its way, and the more leaks we see like this, the more I'm proven correct, because I don't have any sort of leaks or anything like that. Like, this is not like a Moore's Law is dead channel. I don't talk with people internally that are willing to leak internal company info about this sort of stuff. I just take it from here, but I don't even need this stuff to validate what I've been saying basically for the last year, to know that Zen 5 is coming out in the next few months. So, has been slow news week besides the Taiwan. Oh yeah, the Taiwan earthquake was a big deal. That's actually a really big deal, because depending on how severe that could have been for Taipei, that I haven't heard anything in terms of impact to TSMC, for example, but I know that was a big deal. That was a very big deal, that earthquake that happened earlier this week. Is non-ECC DDR5 compatible with Threadripper? No. No. Only registered DIMMs are compatible with Threadripper. Now, I guess technically, if a motherboard manufacturer made the motherboard support regular UDIMM, it could work, but no, none of the motherboards, all the TRX50 and the WRX90 motherboards that exist today, those are all RDIMM only. So they require ECC RAM. There was another thing, too, that I wanted to mention about the Zen 5. Last year, it was almost a year ago, I think it was May of last year, or maybe it was March of last year, Jim Keller went on record, and if those who do not know who Jim Keller is the father of the Zen architecture. I mean, he played a pivotal role in bringing AMD back from the grave, essentially, with the launch of Zen, or with spearheading that project. So Jim Keller, now he hasn't been with AMD for many years now. He's gone off and he's done his own thing. He was at Intel for a while. After he left AMD, he went to Intel for a few years, and then he left Intel to go do his own thing. And as far as I remember correctly, Jim Keller has been doing this startup company thing. I think it's like an ARM-based CPU or something, but he's been working on some other CPU for like Internet of Things or something like that, or AI, who knows. But he went on record last year at some conference in, I forgot where it was like Taiwan or somewhere. He said that Zen 5, and this, keep in mind guys, this was a year ago, when he said this. He said that Zen 5 would be a monster CPU in terms of the integer performance. Now, when we say integer performance, that typically means single thread performance. So I don't know how he would know that. I mean, he hasn't been with AMD for years, but I would imagine he has some kind of visibility into their future roadmap before he left. So he kind of had a general idea of what they were going to do in the future. But this could be a very interesting CPU. I know that all this stuff about AI, and I feel like anyone who's watching this channel, they're probably sick and tired of hearing about AI because we talked a lot about AI in the last several episodes, but AI is here to stay. It's not going away. And now these processors, these next-gen parts, are going to include what they call NPU, or Neural Processing Unit, in the CPU. So they're going to have some kind of, think of it like an E-core on an Intel CPU. They're going to have like a dedicated E-core, or maybe like 2 or 3 or whatever, so a cluster of E-cores, which only purpose is to handle like AI, basically inferencing related tasks for the operating system. So think of it like Windows being able to offload Copilot to the NPU on a Zen 5 processor or something like that. Everybody gets a chatbot. Yeah, that's probably one of the things that will run on there. But that's kind of where this is going. So being able to offload a lot of that background NPU AI stuff to an NPU instead of having the CPU cores waste time doing that. Like that's kind of what that's about. Now, I don't know if the desktop processors are going to include the AI stuff. I assume that they will. If not, then I guess the APU variant will. But Zen 5 should have integrated graphics, just like Zen 4, because that can be very useful. Like, even if you don't use... I think most people that build their own desktop computer, they're using a discrete graphics card. So the integrated graphics is not like a hard requirement, but it is nice to have if you're trying to troubleshoot a graphics card related issue. So, in fact, somebody in my Discord channel, one of the subscribers to the channel, we were troubleshooting something on his PC, I think last week, and one of the things we did was connect the display cables straight into the motherboard to use the integrated graphics to bypass the GPU to see if there was a GPU problem, or there's some kind of like driver or nothing with drivers, just something with like the VBIOS or something was going on. I can't remember anymore. But yeah, like integrated graphics for sure is going to be on here. Probably some kind of NPU processor as well. And then the typical, 6-core, 8-core, 12-core, 16-core P-cores, that is, on these, should be the standard, I think, for this next generation. I don't think we're going to see any core increase across the board until Zen 6. So it's kind of like a Zen 2 moment all over again. If you think about it that way, like if you guys think of Zen 1, 2, and 3, because those were the AM4 socket. So now we've got Zen 4, 5, and 6. Those are the AM5 socket. So from a generational standpoint, Zen 5 is going to kind of be like Zen 2 was when it launched. So you can think of it, what does that mean? That means way better memory controller, because if you guys are familiar with Zen 1 had a lot of challenges trying to run high-speed DDR4 back in the day. And all those issues with memory with DDR4 back in the days of Zen 1, those were all fixed by Zen 2. And then they were further improved upon with Zen 3. So it's kind of the same thing here with DDR5. So Zen 4 and DDR5 at launch had things like memory training taking a long time, like a really long time in some cases, especially if you're running 4 sticks of RAM, and things like that. So you just needed a lot of BIOS updates to fix all those, iron out all those early adopter issues, and now it's a lot better, but I feel like Zen 5 is going to be a massive, massive improvement in terms of DDR5 capability on this platform, on the same platform, because this is same socket. All these motherboards, these X670E motherboards, these already have the BIOS update for Granite Ridge, which means that you don't need to buy a new motherboard. You can just do a BIOS update and just swap out the CPU and you're good to go. The same thing with like all the people who started with like, you know, a Ryzen 3600 or a Ryzen 2700 and they went to like a 5800X3D on the exact same motherboard. That's sort of the same scenario that we're going to be looking at here in a few months. Should change to AI. Game Tech AI reviews. Yeah, well, we talk a lot about AI, but we don't actually review much with AI. At least not yet. You're giving me some ideas though when it comes to AI. So that's the thing, like, I know I plan on upgrading the main computer that I'm using. So the computer that I'm using right now, I plan to swap to a Zen 5 when these come out. So expect to see content regarding Zen 5 on this channel real soon. So it's going to be an easy upgrade. Just update the BIOS and just swap the CPU. You don't have to do anything with a motherboard swap. Although, I don't know, depending on how the new motherboards are, they may entice me to get one. Like if I do a motherboard upgrade, it's only gonna be one upgrade. I want to clarify that because like I currently have three. I have three AM5 motherboards right now. I've got two X670E motherboards and I have one X670 motherboard. So I always wanted to get like a B650 motherboard to see what it's like going with like a more budget-friendly AM5 motherboard, but I never ended up doing that. I ended up getting like an ASRock X670E Steel Legend last year when I did that X3D build. You're getting the new motherboard only because you don't have... Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, here's what I would say to people who are thinking of upgrading this year to Zen 5. Regardless of like what they're on today, you know, assuming they're on like an old motherboard. So if you're on an old platform, meaning you're on AM4 or you're on some older Intel platform, or even if you're on like the recent Intel platform and you're just going to upgrade anyway, I would recommend getting the new motherboards, not an old motherboard. Now, yeah, you could probably save some money going with a clearance sale for a B650 or an X670 board. But I personally, like if I was doing the full build from scratch, like full new upgrade, which means I have to buy DDR5, I have to get, unless I can get free DDR5 from Micro Center as a bundle. Like if I was going to have to migrate from an old DDR4 platform to a modern DDR5 platform, I would buy whatever the new chipset ends up being, whether it's X870E or X770E, whatever the name of it ends up being, that's what I would go with, because those motherboards are probably going to perform better, specifically when it comes to memory compatibility. Because one of the things that I know for a fact that I witnessed like directly firsthand from my own upgrade experience from like Zen 1 to Zen 2 and then from Zen 2 to Zen 3, the newer motherboards, like the X570 motherboards, which launched alongside Zen 3, which is kind of like the Zen 5 launch, those motherboards are way better for memory compatibility than the old like X370 motherboards. So let's kind of go into Paint here. I think this is everybody's favorite part of the stream, like when we use Paint. So I want to illustrate this. So first there was X370. X370, so we're going to talk about let's do it this way. Let's do CPU, and then we have the chipset. So first, there was Zen 1. And the accompanying chipset was X370 and also B350. Then there was something called Zen Plus. Zen Plus was the 2000 series on desktop. That actually got a new chipset. That was the X470 and the B450. So those actually launched with Zen Plus, not Zen 2. Then there was Zen 2. Zen 2, for those that don't remember, is the Ryzen 3000 series. So think of it like everybody's favorite CPU, the Ryzen 5 3600. That is a CPU that a lot of people have. A lot of people still have that CPU. That's the reason why, like, big YouTube channels like Digital Foundry, for just to use them as an example, they still test with a Ryzen 5 3600 because they consider that the average performance level for a typical PC gaming setup. That's not exactly modern, because this CPU, Ryzen 3600, 3700, 3800X, those are from 2019. That was when those CPUs were new. So just to give people an idea of how long ago that was. In fact, let's go ahead and put the year. So this is 2017, 2018, 2019. In fact, I probably should have just done a table format. But when Zen 2 launched, it launched with X570 and B550. X570 is probably going to go down in history as the longest running chipset in history, because there are most people that are still on AM4 today have either a B550 or an X570 motherboard, not the others. The others are like super old, and most people that upgraded to Ryzen started from Zen 2, Ryzen 3000 series, and that corresponded with the X570 chipset. What was cool about this, these were the first chipset to add PCI Gen 4. PCI Gen 4 was first to market on X570 back in 2019. We didn't get PCI Gen 4 on Intel until 2 years later on the 11th Gen Rocket Lake in 2021. So that shows you how far behind Intel was in terms of the chipset technology. They were like 2 years behind in terms of the actual PCIe support. So in 2020, there was Zen 3, which is the 5000 series. So everybody's favorite 5800X3, that's a Zen 3 CPU. But there was no, like, when Zen 3 launched, they didn't do a chipset. Well, they did do a chipset revision, but for some reason they didn't change the number. They went with something called X570S. And the S stands for silent. Because if, for those that remember the Zen 2 launch, X570 motherboards have a chipset fan on them. So the chipset fan, except for the Gigabyte Aorus Extreme, all X570 motherboards, and I think B550 boards as well, at least the first ones, they all have a chipset fan on them. That's what is one of the defining characteristics of the X570 motherboard. It has a chipset fan, and that's because PCI Gen 4 in the early days, the first iteration of PCI Gen 4 on the motherboard, I think it used something like 15 watts or so to power the chipset, and that's the reason why it had to have a chipset fan. The later ones, so when Zen 3 launched, the accompanying X570 silent boards, the S means they don't have a chipset fan, because they were able to, due to process maturity of the chipset and revisions, the PCI Gen 4 chipset was cut from like 15 watts down to like 5 watts. And that's the reason why they no longer needed the chipset fan. So that's kind of the history on AM4, because all of this is I should have just typed it, AM4. So that's AM4. Just to show you guys how long that was. So that's like 4 years, three different generations of CPUs. Technically, it didn't stop because no, actually, yeah, that's right. 2021, now that I think about it, 2021 didn't have any AMD new CPUs. That was a weird year. 2021 was a year that had like no new AMD yeah, 2021 had like 2 different generations of Intel CPUs in the same year. 2021 saw the launch of 11th and 12th gen Intel in the exact same year. So that was a really weird year. So anyway, 2022 was Zen 4. Yeah, so mobile started in 2018, but you can kind of look at it that way. There was Ryzen 4000, no, Ryzen 5000 mobile and Ryzen 6000 mobile. But Zen 4, we're just focusing on desktop for now. So Zen 4 was 2022, and that brought the X670, B650. I mean, obviously there's like an E in there, depending on if it had one or not. But anyway, those were the new, and this was like, this introduced PCI Gen 5. That was the big update there. So, that was not the first. Intel was first with PCI Gen 5 because Intel brought PCI Gen 5 on the graphics card slot with Z690, with the launch of 12th gen. What's weird is Intel, you know what, I just realized something. Intel launched their first PCI Gen 4 platform in 2021. Then they immediately launched their first PCI Gen 5 platform in the exact same year. So Intel went from like being 2 years behind AMD in terms of that, like Intel could only do PCI Gen 3. So basically what that means, for those that think that's not a big deal, think about it like this. If you had a Samsung 940 Pro or 9 whatever Evo, if you had a PCI Gen 4 SSD and you were on Intel, like if you were on 10th gen or older, like you were not actually getting the full speed of that SSD. You were basically bottlenecked by your motherboard. You had to go to like Rocket Lake to actually step up to the Gen 4 speeds. So, but then like Alder Lake came out and it was Gen 4 for the SSD, but Gen 5 for the graphics card. But Gen 5 didn't actually have like any purpose in the graphics card slot unless you were going to run like a bifurcated NVMe card or something. Like, it's kind of weird. You vowed never to deal with chipset fans since the Athlon 64. ASUS board had garbage chipset fan failure. You know, I think my first EVGA motherboard had a chipset fan on it. I don't even know if if the fan broke or not. All I know is I used that motherboard for like 4 years. So then we come to last year. Last year was a bunch of like X3D stuff. So that brings us to this year. So this year is Zen 5. Which means if they do like an X3D, if they do X3D in the odd numbered year, that means we won't be seeing like Zen 5 X3D until the end of, or until next year, early next year. I'm not saying that's how it is, but it could very well end up that way. But we are going to get a new chipset because this motherboard is coming up on 2 years. So I don't know what it's going to be called. It's either, technically, sequentially, it should probably be called X670. But I don't know. I remember reading some leak that it's actually going to be X870. I don't know why they're skipping the number, but they could very well end up doing that. I'm just not going to list the chipset. But we should be getting a new chipset. We'll just say new chipset to accompany Zen 5 because we definitely need a newer revision at this point. All right, so other than better performance, what do you guys think is going to be one of the biggest changes for Zen 5? I think they're probably going to, well, let's assume, okay, I'm going to tell you guys what I think. Here's my assumptions. My assumptions for Zen 5. Here's what I think. This is what I think is going to happen. I think, number one, lower target temperature. Lower target temperature. So, for those that don't know what I mean by that, Zen 4 today has a 95 Celsius target temperature. So, meaning the CPU is going to try to boost as high as it can go until it hits 95 Celsius. That is by design. I don't think they're going to do that with this next generation of CPUs. I could be proven wrong, and they could just still stick with the 95C thing. I think that was just, to me, I feel like that blindsided the public, especially the tech reviewers. They weren't expecting that to be the default behavior. So it's kind of the way Zen 4 launched was I don't know, the launch could have been better. I think my general criticisms of Zen 4's launch were the following. The memory training was not well communicated ahead of time. And I think what they could have done is either delay the launch and launch it with the memory kind of launching on AGESA 1003 or something. But they chose not to do that. So the memory training times at the initial Zen 4 launch, that was not a good look. Because if anyone's familiar with servers, in the server world, that's totally fine to have memory take that long to initialize, especially because this is DDR5. But not really setting expectations ahead of time, I think that kind of blindsided the general public. So the memory training was probably one thing. The second thing was the high operating temperature. Like the default behavior was to boost to 95 Celsius. No matter what your cooling solution was. So, like, for example, if you ran a 360 millimeter custom loop or even an all-in-one, like an AIO, you would still see the CPU go to 95 Celsius. The only difference between running an air cooler, like a Noctua, versus a 360 radiator was the radiator would take slightly longer to get to 95 Celsius, but eventually it would still get to 95 Celsius. And I feel like that thing was kind of... That and the memory training was not a good look. But other than those two things, the launch was actually better than Zen 1. Like, in all honesty, because I was there for the Zen 1 launch. The Zen 4 launch was actually smoother. Like, you put the CPU, you build the computer, you put the RAM in, and you press the power button, and it will turn on, and it will train, and it will get to Windows, like, out of the box. You don't have to do anything. Like, Zen 1, there was all kinds of weird things. Like, if you were running... if you're trying to, like, boot RAM that was Hynix DDR4 or, some kind of weird, like, dual rank setup that was pretty rare in the DDR4 days at the time, like, that wasn't really working too well, or you had to boot at really low speeds, like 1866 on DDR4. So, or 4 sticks of memory was also a huge problem with Zen 1 in the early days. Like, it was a bigger problem than it is with DDR5 today. So, yeah, Zen 4 was relatively good in terms of the actual product. It's just, I feel like there was a lot of people that didn't know that the RAM, they had to wait for like 40 seconds for the memory to initialize. Like, I kid you not, I remember going to Micro Center asking the salespeople, like, are they getting a lot of open box returns for the AMD motherboards because of the memory training? And they were telling me, yeah, there's a lot of people that were thinking that they have defective motherboards, and we take them in to test them, and they all work fine. And it's because the DDR5 was taking like 40 seconds to post. So they were like, oh, I built it wrong or something. But they didn't do anything wrong. It was just the DDR5 was training. So yeah, that thing was kind of I don't know. Like, I knew what to do. Like, for me, because, you know, someone like me, I've built probably like, I don't know, 100 plus PCs at this point. So when I built Zen 4, I turned it on, and I'll tell you guys what I did. I turned it on, and I walked away to go get a drink of water, and when I came back, it was already at the Windows desktop screen. So it's like, I skipped the whole, like, oh, my PC doesn't work. So I was like, no, it works. But yeah, I learned pretty early that the memory takes a while to train. But since all these BIOS updates, now it's not like that anymore. Only the first DDR5 initializing post from a cleared CMOS takes a while. Or if you're running 4 sticks of memory, it takes a while. But other than those two situations, or those different use cases, it's basically the same as DDR4 now. At least as far as I'm concerned. Now, what's funny is I went back, and because you guys know I also have the Intel DDR5 platform. So I tested DDR5. So when I first got Alder Lake was on DDR4. So when I went to Intel's 12th gen, I completely dodged the bullet of super expensive DDR5 and all the weird DDR5 memory training taking a long time. But when I went to 13th gen, I did buy a new motherboard. I bought a Gigabyte Z790 Aorus Master. And that's a DDR5 board. And guess what? It does take a long time to turn on Intel also. And if you put 4 sticks of RAM in the DDR5 motherboard on Intel, it takes a really long time to train. And the thing is with Intel, it's more anxiety inducing when the RAM is taking a long time to train, because with AMD, everybody says the RAM takes a long time to train. So it's like, okay, you already have expectations that it's going to take a while. The other thing is when AMD is training memory, you get code 15. So if you guys know on a motherboard, there's a postcode LED, unless you have one of the cheap motherboards that don't have the postcode. Then you have like a blinking LED that tells you the DRAM is training. But with AMD, it's very easy to tell if the RAM is training. All you do is look at, do you have code 15? If you have code 15 and you're wondering like, where's Windows? That's because the memory's training. Code 15. On Intel, it doesn't do code 15. It's like flashing like 98 and like A0 and A1 and 98, and it's doing like all these weird codes, and it'll hang on like D1, D4, and then it'll not move, and then it'll go back to like C1, C3, and then it'll go back to like some number code like 97. 98, A1, B4, and it's like it keeps cycling for so long that you think that, okay, yeah, it's doing something, but it's like, I don't know what exactly is going on. At least with AMD code 15, you know it's memory training. So as long as it's on number 15, I know exactly what's going on. Once it progresses beyond 15, then it'll usually do like 96, 97, 99, A0, beep. There you go, going to Windows. So and after that, it doesn't do that anymore. So yeah, the whole DDR5 transition, that is the thing that I feel like that caught a lot of people off guard, and that's why the launch could have been better. And well, the funny thing is, Intel dodged the bullet on the DDR5. Because they allowed you to go with DDR4 if you wanted. So most people that upgraded to Alder Lake or Raptor Lake are actually running DDR4. There are more and more people now are going to DDR5. And now, because it's way more mature with all the BIOS updates, it's not that bad anymore. So that's why Intel, man, they dodged the bullet. They played it smart, like going with DDR4 backwards compatibility. Because man, all the memory training, DDR5, all that stuff, that was something that I think a lot of people were not expecting to run into. AMD really went through the ringer for the first 6. Yeah, it was like BIOS update after BIOS update, but that's how it was with any new launch. That's how, anytime you guys do a socket change, there's always going to be these early adopter problems. It's always like that with every single CPU generation. Doesn't matter if it's an AMD CPU or an Intel CPU. Do you guys remember the X99 launch? Do you guys remember how terrible X99 was at launch? The very first DDR4 platform? That was Intel's equivalent to Threadripper. That thing was horrible at launch. That was the same thing. It was like 4 months. You had to wait 4 months to fix like all the issues with DDR4. You couldn't run DDR4 on Intel on an HEDT Haswell E system at speeds above like 2400 for like the first half a year that the platform was out. If you were lucky, you could probably do 2666 on that platform. And then fast forward like a year later, and then, okay, now like 2800 works, 2933 works. We could almost do 3000. And then when Broadwell E came out, you could do like 3200. So it's the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's AMD or Intel. Anytime there is a change from one memory standard to another, there is always early adopter problems. Always these problems. So that's the reason why there's a thing to be said for those who prefer to stick with the mature, older platform. Like those that stuck with the 5800X3D and they completely skipped Zen 4 and they completely skipped DDR5 on Intel. Like there's a lot of people that are still on like a 9900K i9 or like an i7 10700. You know, they skipped all of the DDR5 drama. They skipped all the Intel 13900K 100 degrees Celsius fiasco. You know, mini nuclear reactor forcing you to go with liquid cooling. You know, they skipped all of that nonsense. And then like with AMD, they skipped all the DDR5 teething issues. And there was that VSOC thing. That was like the thing is, the VSOC thing was like an isolated incident to ASUS specifically. So it's like, that's not even really, I don't even consider that bad. It was a bad look, but yeah, it don't get me wrong. It was a big deal because those that don't know anything about technology, they're going to be scared off by stuff like that. You know, but people like me, like if someone says, oh, the VSOC, like some motherboard sets the VSOC so high and it blows up the CPU. It's like, okay, big deal, whatever. It's like, that's not going to happen to me. So, because I know better, right? Like, I'm not going to run my SoC voltage that high. So, but the average person, they're not going to know any better. They're not going to know. So it's like, yeah, that was a big problem for ASUS. ASUS drama DDR5 versus DDR4 pricing. BIOS issues, overpriced. Yeah, DDR5 prices didn't come down until 2023. I mean, Tech Potato he said that like back when Alder Lake launched. He said like it would take 2 years, and he was right. It was like 2 years later, DDR5 actually was affordable. But yeah, so basically like 12th gen Intel DDR5 was like stupid expensive. When Zen 4 launched a year later, it was still stupid expensive. And then like half a year after Zen 4, by the time a 7800X3D came out, that was when DDR5 was like becoming more readily affordable. So it was basically when the 7800X3 launched at the perfect time. It launched when all the BIOS issues were fixed and DDR5 was much cheaper than it was when Zen 4 launched. Your 7800X3D and 4080 has the been the most stable system you ever had personally. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's what I was telling you guys. Even despite the long memory training at the I'm talking day one of this launch of Zen 4. The first I was there on day one, guys. I built this system on launch day. 7950X X670E Aorus Master from Gigabyte, DDR5 from G-Skill. That was it. Day one. Even day one. The only thing was you gotta wait like 40 seconds for the memory. Other than that, smooth sailing. Butter smooth, super stable. My PC never blue screened. Like this PC, it's like using a work computer. It's almost like it's an enterprise computer. It's like never blue screened. Games have never crashed on me. Like I've never had any weird issues at all that are BIOS related issues. So to me, like considering this is a new socket, new memory standard, like this has actually been one of the more like trouble-free CPU generations, if I had to say so. Like I've had issues with other ones in the past, but like Zen 4, other than the RAM taking a while to train, good. Because like I'll tell you guys, when I went to Alder Lake, I know this is the 13 gen, but when I went to Alder Lake, I had a problem with Windows 10 scheduling Final Fantasy 14. Occasionally, Final Fantasy 14, some game processes would get scheduled to E-cores, and because the difference, I guess, in latency between when a E-core finishes a task versus a P-core finishing the task, because of that delta, the game would sometimes crash. So when I upgraded to Alder Lake, I had so many weird, like not so many, but like I had issues with games crashing in Windows 10. And at the time, I was not going to go to Windows 11, so I was not going to get Thread Director. So I missed out on all of that. Intel released some like game compatibility BIOS update that turned your scroll lock button into a compatibility mode button. Like that didn't work on Final Fantasy 14 because scroll lock does one of the things in the game. It like removes the UI. So it's like that wasn't going to be a fix for me unless I rebound all the buttons. And I didn't really want to deal with that. So what I ended up doing with the Intel was I ended up turning off all the E-cores in the BIOS and using it as an 8-core 16-thread. And that was not a good feeling because it's like, okay, I bought this thing because I was intrigued by big core, little core. And it's like, okay, I end up turning off all the little cores. So it's like so much for the gimmick of big core, little core at that point. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, I had issues with that platform for like the whole time I had that platform. But like Zen 4, I didn't have any problems. In terms of like applications having issues, I had nothing go bad. Everything just worked out of the box. Now, since then, I haven't used the 12700K in like forever, but the 13900K, like this one on a different motherboard with DDR5 and Windows 11, I don't run into the problem with the game crashing anymore. So, but I don't know if that was like a Windows 10 / scheduling issue with E-cores that they never fixed, or maybe they did fix it. I don't know. I haven't used that system in so long, and I've moved to Windows 11 now, so I can't say if upgrading to Windows 11 fixed the problem, or if a BIOS update fixed the problem for Intel, or if it was like the fact that the 13th gen E-cores are faster than the Alder Lake ones, so the latency issue is not really affecting the game that much. I mean, there's too many different variables, so I don't really know the answer on that. Copped Corsair 96 MDI at launch jump this late 2023. Not you mean 2x90, or yeah, you mean 2x96 for a total of 192, not 196. It will be 192 gigabytes. Here's what I expect. Here's my, okay, let's go back to my assumptions. So my assumptions for Zen 5. Number one, lower target temperature, probably going to be like 85C or something, maybe 90C, I don't know. But something less than like 95. Number two, DDR5 memory, I guess memory training. I don't really know. It's training times, although they've already kind of fixed that mostly. But the other thing is like being able to do like 8,000 megahertz DDR5, because you can do it today if you have an actual memory kit that's rated for 8,000. In fact, it's easier to do 8,000. Assuming you have a DDR5 kit that does 8,000 out of the box, like it has an XMP profile to do 8,000, you can actually do that on like any random AMD. Well, not, okay, I shouldn't say any random, because you need at least like an 8-layer PCB for the memory traces to have good enough signal integrity. But the point is, it's easier to do 8,000 on AMD on like a 7000 series Ryzen than it is to do on an Intel 13th gen CPU. Like, no joke, this is a fact. Like, this is a fact. Even someone like Buildzoid will agree. It's easier to do 8,000 DDR5 on AMD and it actually be stable than to do 8,000 on Intel and to hope that it is actually stable. I have not been able to test 8,000 because I don't have an 8,000 kit. I tried overclocking my 6400 kit, which is 96 gigabytes, and that kit can't do 8,000. It's like the dual rank doesn't like it. It's Samsung. It's not Samsung. It's Hynix M-Die. It just doesn't want to do 8,000. So it's like, I think I need like A-Die or something. But the point is, if you have an 8,000 rated kit, like for example, a 2X24 or a 2X16, it would work. It would work like easily. And I kind of think that more content needs to be done with DDR5. So I really want to test 8,000 DDR5, especially on Zen 5. But even despite like having to wait for Zen 5, I think that 8,000. Let's go back to what I want to say now, because now I want to reword this. So 2x 8,000 megahertz DDR5 should be a more common possibility on most of these new motherboards. 4x, for 4x, let's just say 2x16 or 2x24. So 4x, so 4 sticks of RAM. This, so 4x48 or 4x32 should be able to do, I don't know, maybe 5600 megahertz? I'm guessing. I'm hoping that this is a possibility. So, which means if the minimum is like this, 52, you can overclock to 5600, it'll probably work. So, we'll see what the fabric does, because the fabric speed, F-clock, is going to determine whether it can, if 8,000 is your target speed or not. Because if you guys saw my recent videos that I did, so if you guys remember, 6,000, so for DDR5, so if you're aiming to get DDR5, let's say you're on an old DDR4 platform today, and you're thinking of upgrading later this year to DDR5. So the speeds that you want to keep in mind are DDR5 6000 and DDR5 8000. These are the numbers. These are the ratios that you want to look out for, because This is your Gear 1 max ratio. This is your Gear 2 max ratio. As I said in the video that I did on this specific topic of DDR5, 6,000 and 8,000 RAM is kind of the magic RAM that you want to have. You either want 6,000 or you want 8,000. All the other numbers in between, they don't really do anything because they mess with your... They can be faster than 6,000, but you end up running at a slower U clock versus your fabric clock. And that's the reason why. That's the reason why like 6400, for example, isn't really that much better than 6000. In fact, in a lot of cases, it's actually worse. So that's why. But at 8000, the magic numbers occur. Because for 6000 megahertz, you have F clock equal 2000. You have U clock equals 3000. And you have M clock equals 3000. So you have a 1-to-1 ratio between U clock and M clock. That is the reason why 6000 is such a good speed. However, for 8000, technically 8000 is supposedly better. It's actually better, and here's why. F clock is still 2000, but now when your RAM is running at 8000, your U clock is running at 2000, and your M clock is running at 4000. So now, look at the difference here. In the first scenario, when we're running 6000 DDR5, U clock and M clock are synchronized. They are synchronized to 3 gigahertz. For 8000, you are leveraging Gear 2 mode, or what we call the 2-to-1 ratio, which means U clock is divided. It takes M clock and divides it in half. So if M clock is 4000, and that's because 4000 is half of 8000, which is the DDR5 speed. So remember, DDR is double data rate, which means it is 4000 times 2. That's where the 8000 number comes from, because the RAM is not actually running at 8 gigahertz, guys. Like 8 gigahertz, come on now. That's like the CPU doesn't even run at that speed. So the real actual M clock is 4 gigahertz, or 4000 mega transfers. So, or transfers per second. So because of Gear 2, the memory controller is running at half the speed of the M clock, which means it now runs at 2. But what does that mean? That means it is now synchronized to the fabric clock. So in the first case, U clock and M clock are synchronized. In the second case, F clock and U clock are synchronized. So when you run the RAM at 8000, Zen 4 behaves like Zen 3 and Zen 2 and Zen 1. Your fabric and your memory controller are locked to the same speed, which basically means there is no buffering of data across your I/O die. Everything flows symmetrically, and that means your latency and throughput is actually better when you're actually running it that way. And that's the reason why Zen 2 and Zen 3 were designed to run with the fabric and the memory clock, or not the memory clock, the fabric clock and the memory controller clock, the U clock, at the same speed. So they decoupled that with the Zen 4 architecture. Why run it asynchronous when the slowest part is still the bottleneck? Because this is 2 gigahertz doesn't mean that this can't push as much data as this. So you guys have to think of it like a highway. Think of the F clock. Think of this as a a 5-lane highway or expressway. The F clock is very wide. It can fit a lot of data into that pipe before it's filled up. Whereas these two are far more narrow. Think of these as like off-road streets. So your cars have to move really, really fast on these back roads because it's like a long line of cars all stacked up. Whereas in your F clock, it's really, really wide, so you can fit a large volume of data into that component. That's the reason why, despite the fact that it runs at 2 gigahertz at a fixed speed, that's not really a problem because it's very, very wide. Think of it like, if you're thinking of a graphics card, think of it like a graphics card that has a 384-bit bus, or like a 300 or like a 512-bit bus. The width of the pipe, the diameter of the pipe for the F clock is much, much wider than the pipe for the U clock and the M clock. That is the reason why it's not really a bottleneck. Just because it's clocked slower doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be slower. Think of it like if you had a big high-end GPU clocked slower versus a much smaller GPU clocked much higher. So think of it like if this F clock was an RTX 4090 running at 2 gigahertz, and this M clock is like an RTX 3050 at 4 gigahertz. See what I'm saying? The 4090 at 2 gigahertz is still going to beat the 3050 at 4 gigahertz because it's got a much wider pipe in terms of how much data it can process. That's the reason why. But when you run these two symmetrically, you get reduced latency through your chipset, or not chipset, your I/O die. You have to know the architecture of the CPU to actually visualize this. So in the CPU, and if you guys watch my video that I did about this, I feel like I'm just repeating that video at this point. But the point is, in a Zen CPU, you've got these components. You've got your RAM over here. So you got your DDR5 over here. This is the I/O die. This is the CCDs. So you've got, like 8 cores here. If you have a dual CCD, like for example, if this is a 7950X or a 7950X 3D, you have dual CCDs here. So you've got to interconnect from the cores into this I/O die. So you're transporting data here. Now, in this I/O die, there is a bunch of components. So the first thing here is the fabric. The fabric is what they call the infinity fabric. Think of it like the Uncore, or I guess if we want to talk about an older AMD architecture, if you are familiar with hypertransport, this is basically like hypertransport, or it's kind of like the North Bridge of an older CPU design from like 20 years ago. So this is where F clock sits. On this side, you have essentially two things. We're going to ignore one of them for simplicity. So on this side of the I/O die, the side that faces the memory, we have the U clock, which is the memory controller side. And then over here we have M clock. Well, I'm actually blocking that one. But anyway, you got M clock on your DDR5. So when you have to funnel data from one side of the I/O die to the other, it has to pass through the fabric because the fabric connects not only to the RAM, it connects to things like your USB, your graphics card, your PCIe connections. All that stuff connects through the fabric. That is the reason why I said earlier, you can think of the fabric, even though it's 2 gigahertz, it is extremely wide, and it's essentially interacting with every single piece of your computer. Your cores in the CPU, your memory, your graphics card, your USB ports, your mouse, your keyboard, your SSDs, your hard drives, everything. That's the reason why F-Clock can't run that fast, because think of it, it's like having to manage all the interaction with all these different components. So I think of it like a very wide highway or expressway. It's got a lot of lanes, and it can fit a lot of traffic from the graphics card, from the RAM, from the drives, the SSDs, the cores, all that stuff. It interconnects everything. Hence the reason why AMD calls it the Infinity Fabric, because it connects an infinite amount of components together, quite literally, if you think of it in terms of transistor density. So anyway, that's F-Clock. So when you have to connect data from the F-Clock to the memory, it has to undergo a translation. There's actually a third component here in the middle, which is kind of like, it's a synchronization circuit that translates. It allows the data to flow from the fabric into the memory controller and then go to the RAM, whether we're writing to RAM or reading from RAM. So when you have your I didn't want to erase that. When you have, let's use the first scenario. Let's use 6,000. So when you're running your RAM at 6,000, assuming you're in Gear 1 mode, your memory controller is running at 3 gigahertz, but your fabric is running at 2 gigahertz. That's a 1 gigahertz delta between the two of them. So the synchronization circuit in the middle, it has to buffer the data being transported to and from the CPUs, to and from the RAM. So if your fabric side is slower than your memory side, in this case, in the first scenario, that's the case, the synchronizer in the middle has to buffer the data. It has to queue up the data before it can forward it to the side that is slower. So what that means is, in this scenario for 6,000 megahertz DDR5, the U clock is sending to the fabric faster than the fabric can receive and then forward the data to the cores. So there's buffering happening on the side in this direction from fabric to U clock. At the same time, because the cores are running so fast, think about how fast these cores go. These cores are like what? Anywhere from whatever the base clock is, like 4.3 or something, all the way up to like 5.7 gigahertz in terms of how fast the Zen 4 cores go. There's always going to be buffering happening in this direction. Like that's a no-brainer because the cores are so fast compared to the RAM. That's why cache coherency, L1 cache, L2 cache, L3 cache, that's the reason why they say cache is king, because, and that's the reason why the X3D CPUs are so good, because the more cache you have on the CCDs locally to the cores, the less amount of time you have to interface with the fabric to go to the RAM and back. That is why X3D CPUs are the best CPUs for gaming and why they offer the best performance, because they avoid this entire section altogether for games that can fit all the data in the cache. And that is another reason why the memory speed on an X3D CPU doesn't really influence it as much as a non-X3D CPU. I'm not saying that you don't need to worry about memory speed if you have X3D. I'm just saying that because of all the extra cache that the X3D CPU has, it can mitigate the need for higher memory speeds. But it'll still benefit from higher memory speeds. So now let's look at this scenario, the second scenario. Now, when the fabric and the memory controller run at the same exact speed, which is the way it used to work on your Ryzen 5000 series, your Ryzen 3000 series, Ryzen 1000 series, etc., That's how it always used to work. So when they run at the same speed, now the data flows transparently to and from the fabric, to and from the memory controller. So you basically get a better data flow through your I/O die when you're running your RAM at 8,000 megahertz. And that's the reason why 8,000 megahertz is the number. Not something higher than 8,000, not something lower than 8,000. Because if you go higher, you just create the same scenario where your U clock is having to buffer the data. So no, even with games, it'll still benefit from higher speed on X3D. A game is just an application. It's just a specific type of application. But that's the reason why these are the two magic numbers for DDR5. 6,000 DDR5 and 8,000 DDR5. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of 8,000 DDR5 out there. But, you know, as time goes by, it's going to become more and more available. What I expect to see in terms of DDR5 availability in the future is I expect higher density for 6,000 and less density but higher speed. So like 8,000 will be like your 48 gigabyte kit, your 64 gigabyte kit, and 6,000 will be your 96 gigabyte kit, your 192 gigabyte kit, your 128 gigabyte kit, etc. So that's what I expect to see happen with DDR5. I feel like there's going to be some consolidation on... Definitely there already is consolidation on the 6,000 megahertz because that's already readily available. But I'm not sure about 8,000 because 8,000 could change if Zen 5's fabric clock is faster than Zen 4's. So for example, let's just kind of change this up. If the fabric clock becomes... Let's use an example here. Let's just say if F clock equals 2400 megahertz, you know, that's going to change the numbers. That's going to change the numbers. Because U clock, if you want U clock to be at 2400 megahertz, that implies that we're going to be leveraging Gear 2 mode. That means M clock equals 4800 megahertz. Well, do you guys know what that means? If this is the assumed behavior of Zen 5, like assuming F clock is faster on Zen 5, that means the ideal DDR5 would be... It would be 9600 megahertz DDR5. Now that is some pretty fast DDR5. So this could change. It could change. It all kind of depends on F clock and DDR5 maturity. 8,000 is more dependent on the motherboard and the RAM kit. Yeah. That's the reason why I said earlier, if someone's thinking of getting Zen 5 and they're currently on an old DDR4 platform today, I recommend wait for the new motherboards. Because the new motherboards are probably going to be able to handle the higher speeds. It'll just be history repeating itself all over again. Like the higher speed DDR5, or think of it like the old... That's why I drew all of this out. That's why I gave you guys all this data. Because remember DDR4 on these motherboards, especially the T topology X370 boards? Those are terrible. Those are terrible motherboards. Eventually daisy chain, all that stuff fixed everything. But it was these motherboards that fixed a lot of the issues with DDR4. So I expect a similar thing with the new chipset that replaces the existing X670 and B650. $6,200, $6,400. I mean, yeah, but that's whatever, because that's dependent on like a lot of things. Yeah, like that depends on your silicon lottery. So I wouldn't really use, that's why I don't talk about 62 and 64, because those are very not everybody can achieve that. That's not achievable for the general public. That's the reason why I don't mention that. If you're talking about something in a video format, you got to remember, you got to make it be able to hit the least common or the most common denominator. And that's going to be an F clock of 2000 and a Gear 1 at 3000. So that's going to be 6000 on the RAM. Or you can buy an ROG Gene if you're okay with a tiny motherboard with only 2 sticks of memory. But yeah, 2 sticks of memory is what you're going to have to do if you're going to do 8000 anyway. So I guess, but then like the thing is with 6200 was never really kind of a standard. I feel like 6200 was never really a memory standard that the memory manufacturers cared about. You know what I mean? Like, there's way more 6400 and 6000 kits than there are 6200. How do you feel about tuning subtimings and boosting RAM above Expo? Oh, I can tell you if it's Samsung or Hynix. I just need to know what the primary timings are, and then I can answer that. I can answer with high reliable or high accuracy. Not 100% though, because I have seen some kits that are Hynix which look like they're Samsung based off of the primary timings. So it's not always the case, but in most cases I can tell you what the memory manufacturer is based off of the primary timings. But this could happen, guys. Keep that in mind. And there's a reason why I'm using... There's a reason why I'm specifically using 2400 F clock. And I'll show you guys why. Let me see if I can find that. Somewhere... Hold on. I can't... Where's the thing? Yeah, I think... Okay, here's the reason why. It was on the Linux thing. 5200 can be any... No, we would need to know the timings. But it's most likely it's probably going to be Samsung or Micron. Will we get a dichotomy of RAM speeds for AMD and Intel this gen? Did we ever get one of those for DDR4? Was it ever even a thing on DDR4? I don't think that ever happened. I remember both of them ended up topping out around 3200 in terms of like the standard speed. Like I know with AMD, they kept telling everybody aim for 3600, and you guys know why they said that, right? The answer's already in what I've drawn on the board. But the reason why 3600 was the magic number on Zen 2 and 3, Zen 2 and 3 for 3600 megahertz DDR4, your F clock, you have to remember F clock was always 1800 on those. That's why. That's your answer. I don't even need to write anything else. But that right there is the answer. This is the answer, guys. Bam, right there. This is the reason why 3600 was the magic number on AM4. Because F clock was fixed at 1800. 1800 times 2 is 3600. So guess what? 3600 megahertz is double data rate. So if it's double and you want to know M clock, take this number, divide it in half. That's your M clock. Guess what? M clock equals U clock, which also happens to equal F clock. All of them are synchronized in a 1:1:1 ratio. Data flow is smooth as silk. And that's the reason why 3600 was the magic number on Zen 2 and Zen 3. So, with Zen 4, F clock runs at 2 gigahertz, not 1800 megahertz. That is the reason why 8000 becomes the magic number if you want F clock and U clock to match. But it's not that big of a deal because they widen the pipeline, the I/O die is much better, and the buffering is actually pretty good. There's actually a lot of error correcting in there, strangely enough. Buildzoid did a really good video investigating the error correction in the I/O die, which is hilarious. But it's not clock stretching, it's just error correction. But that buffering thing is really, really good at handling unstable fabric clocks. But I don't recommend messing with fabric clock. I mean, I remember some people try to overclock F clock to like 1900 on Zen 3, and sometimes they were lucky, but I think it was just too much trouble because it's like you had to mess with the voltages way too much on the SoC, and it's better to just do the magic ratio 1:1:1 and be done with it. It's 36, 36, 36, 83 on Expo. That's Samsung. That's Samsung. Is that G-Skill Flare X? Oh, no, that's not G-Skill Flare X. What is the RAM? It's G-Skill. Is that G-Skill Flare X? Or is that G-Skill Trident or something? No, Trident's typically not 5200. Is that Flare X? Flare X is typically 5600 or 6000 though. I think that's Flare X RAM. Is that Flare X RAM? So this is the reason why. So from this, guys, you can conclude that 3600 DDR4 is basically 6000 DDR5. So just remember that. But remember, both Intel and AMD top out around 3200 megahertz DDR4 officially. This is the official spec. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. This is the official speed. 3200 megahertz was the official speed for Zen 3, and it was the official speed for Rocket Lake, which was the very last Intel DDR4 based, like DDR4 exclusive platform. Yes, you could do DDR4 on Alder Lake and Rocket Lake, but that's also 3200. Silent Z with a sub. Thanks for the sub. Flare X5. See, I knew it. Flare X5. I knew it was Flare X5. That is Samsung memory, by the way. Samsung. All Flare X5 is Samsung. Just FYI. Alright, so here's one of the reasons why you guys are probably wondering, like, why am I saying Zen 5 might have F clock 2400? Well, there was a reason why. And here's the reason. So, earlier this year, if you guys remember, back in January, the 8700G launched. This is a Zen 4 Plus based APU. So this is Zen 4 Plus, not Zen 5, not Zen 4. It's an intermediary generation. So it's like halfway between Zen 4 and Zen 5. So this is that's why I call it Zen 4 Plus. So with this thing, they found in here, look at this. So they tested the 8700G with a F clock of 2400 megahertz versus the 2000 megahertz default. So right here it says, for reference, both the Ryzen 7 8700G was tested with the default 2 gigahertz F clock and 2.4 gigahertz F clock, which is a recommended optimization by AMD for better performance, albeit not a default change. So this implies that, well, hold on, let's see. There was communication initially that it would be a 2400 megahertz F clock default in a future AGESA BIOS update, but then later said it will stick with 2 gigahertz, but that 2.4 gigahertz is an option for those wanting better performance. So this is kind of the reason why I use that 2400 F clock value, because if AMD was telling the reviewer that you can run F clock at 2400 and it will work and it'll give you better performance, that is sort of a hint that Zen 5 might be capable of a faster fabric clock than Zen 4. They're saying this is not the default. And that might be because this 8700G, either whatever the design constraints are, is that they didn't certify this for like 24/7 operation or whatever. Who knows? I don't know what the reason is, but the fact that they told them that you can run your F clock at 2400 and they did it and it was stable, that to me means that it could actually do that. Like, that means that Zen 5 could have a higher F clock. Because for those of you that are on Zen 4 today, if you have tried to overclock your fabric clock, you might have seen the upper bound limit is around like 2133 or maybe 2066 or somewhere around there. You can't really go that much higher than 2000. So hence the reason why I just leave it at 2000. I don't even mess with F clock because it's not even really worth messing with, to be honest. So, because it's like so flaky in terms of, it's hard for you to tell if your synchronizer is doing error correction for buffering the data to memory versus if the fabric itself is not stable. You know what I mean? So that's the reason why I don't really mess with fabric clock. I've never liked trying to overclock the fabric, even on the older, like Zen 3, Zen 2, because it's just a headache. Like, it's trying to figure out whether it's stable at like 2133 versus like 2066 or something, or 2090 or whatever the other one is. There's like one number in there that I'm forgetting, but there's 2000, there's 2033, 2066. I mean, there's like another one too, 99 or something, 2099. Anyway, the point is, like, it's not even really worth messing with the fabric clock, to be honest. You just leave it at 2 gigahertz and just don't even touch it. So one thing that I could try doing is downclocking it, but I don't think downclocking it is worth it. Like, if you want it to match your RAM and you're running to run your RAM at like 7200 or something, I don't really think it's worth doing, to be honest. So it can be over. Wait, what are we talking about? Flare X5 is Flare X CL32 is. Oh, well, if it's 32 and then some other number, like if the first number is different from the second number, then it's Hynix. If the first number and the second number are the same, it's Samsung. If it's Flare X5. Most Flare X5, almost all Flare X5, by the way, is like 36, 36, 36. And that right there is a dead giveaway that it's Samsung. But if your Flare X is like 32, if it's like 32, 34, 34, or 32, 36, 36, that's Hynix, and that's like way more rare if that's Flare X. Because typically that RAM would be like your Trident Z5 Neo or something, clocked at like 6000. So it can be overclocked, but it doesn't clock high, and the timing is going to be. Are you talking about the RAM? Flavored Mold is talking about the CPU overclock, right? You're clocking to 50. You're talking about the CPU. Yeah, that's CPU overclocking. That's not RAM overclocking. Is overclocking even a thing anymore? I thought most CPUs and GPUs are max clocked down. Yeah, Royal. For the most part, overclocking is not really. It doesn't really do much anymore because the CPU is pretty much just. You overclocked from 52 to 58. Okay, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay. For the most part, the CPU just automatically is overclocked out of the box. But if you were to buy like a pre-built computer, well, I'm not talking about like like a gaming boutique pre-built. I'm talking about like a Dell or an HP pre-build. Those aren't going to be running with these type of overclocks. Like the way that the power limits are going to be are much, much lower. So those would be more interesting to overclock. But these, like just building a PC yourself, pretty much they're overclocked out of the box now. Because the way the BIOS on these motherboards are set up, they're already set up to just push the CPU as far as it'll go. In the case of Intel, the motherboard manufacturers kind of cheat and they run them in unlimited power mode, which means the CPU instantly thermal throttles unless you're on like exotic cooling. And if you're on AMD, AMD basically built overclocking into the CPU from day one, since the CPU is going to boost as far as it'll go until it hits like 95 Celsius. So it's like, yeah, it's pretty much overclocking itself at that point. So basically, overclocking today, it is weird using the word overclock. It's not so much that you're overclocking CPUs nowadays. It's more you're optimizing CPUs to run against a voltage frequency curve. That's essentially what you're doing. So you're basically fine-tuning the CPU to its ideal voltage frequency curve. That's what adjusting things in the BIOS for things like curve optimizer, PBO, and using those offset values that you hear everyone talk about, like -15 offset or -15 curve optimizer offset, like those numbers that you hear people talking about when they're referring to overclocking the CPU. It's not really overclocking anymore. It's more that it's optimizing the CPU beyond the default boost behavior, which is already like a factory overclock. But yeah, this is the reason why this could clock higher. Like the RAM, you could end up needing like even faster RAM than 8000 if F-Clock does in fact run at like 2400 on a Zen 5. So that remains to be seen though. Fabric overclock, use LinPack to measure your bandwidth. When you don't see an increment of bandwidth, then you max the fabric. Yeah, but it's I guess you have to use like LinPack or something because the yeah. Sometimes your scores will keep going up though in stuff like Cinebench, so it's hard to tell, but yeah. Test mem for fabric. Oh well, I guess yeah, you could use a memory stability tester for fabric because the fabric, yeah, I can see why you would do that because the fabric is in the data path to memory, so it's like if there's a problem with the fabric, then yeah, it'll show up in there. Yeah, for the most part though, like I've never messed with F-Clock on Zen 4. The last time I touched F-Clock was on like Zen 2. Like way back in the Zen 2 era. That was the last time. I think I tried to get like 1900 and mine wasn't stable. So I just kind of gave up. And I was like, yeah, okay, it's not even, it's like, does the performance boost even do anything if you're running your F-Clock at 1900 versus 1800? It's probably minuscule. But all I know is it messes up your RAM. You got to run your RAM faster if you're on DDR4 because you have to maintain this like 1-to-1. Here's another article that I think we talked about last week. I just wanted to reiterate this one. So in this one, the Granite Ridge CPUs were spotted in a shipping manifest, and it said Zen 5 in 8 and 6 core flavors, 105 watt and 170 watt TDP. Isn't this the same as the 7600X and the 7700X? Weren't those... Hold on. Isn't this thing a 105 watt TDP? What was the TDP on this thing? Oh, 105 watts. 105 watts. And the 7700X was 105 watts? Okay. Well, the dual CCDs are 170 on Zen 4. So when they say 105 and 170, I think the 170 watt TDP is the dual CCD, not the single CCD. But maybe there's like a special 8 core or something that like overclocks extremely high. I don't know, by blasting power. Like basically if they do the Intel thing and just blast power. Although I don't know how much gains you'll get out of an AMD, because the thing with TSMC's process technology, like it's not really going to scale that much with power. Like Zen 5 doesn't actually output a lot of power, so I don't know, like, it's going to be temperature limited. Unless they vastly improve the IHS on this CPU so that it can conduct the thermal heat away from the CCDs a lot more efficiently than they currently do it. Because there's that rule. You guys have to remember, when you're overclocking AMD CPUs, it isn't even an overclocking thing. This is like it's like an unwritten rule of AMD overclocking. For every 10 degrees of lower temperature, you gain 100 megahertz on your clock speed for your cores. So like, for example, if we're running at 5.5 gigahertz at 95 Celsius, if we drop the temperature to 85 Celsius, it will go up to 5.6, like without you even doing anything. Like it'll just go up. So like if you drop it to 75 Celsius, then it will go to 5.7 gigahertz. If you go down to 65 Celsius, it'll go up to 5.8 gigahertz. It'll just automatically keep going up 100 megahertz for every 10 degree drop you can do. That's how that makes Zen overclocking very predictable because of that. So that's why understanding the behavior of the CPU is like step one if you're someone who's trying to get into overclocking, or at least using like curve optimizer and stuff. Because knowing that the CPU behaves that way is key to understanding how to overclock it. So, but obviously, it sounds easy to say that, but then in reality, you know, for higher speeds, you typically need higher voltages to be stable. You need more power to run at those higher voltages, and that's going to create more heat. So it's going to be harder to control the temperature, and that's the reason why it sounds like, yeah, you can, for every 10 degrees I can drop the CPU temperature, I can make it run 100 megahertz faster. It's like, yeah, that sounds all good and well, but the reality is actually reducing the temperature is the challenge. Reducing the temperature is actually the challenge. So with AMD, you want to reduce the temperature as much as possible to squeeze as much performance as possible. So even though, like, for example, if the cooler can soak up 10 more degrees, yet it'll still boost 95 Celsius, it'll be boosting to 95 Celsius, but it'll be running 100 megahertz faster. So you'll be seeing your Cinebench scores going up, or whatever you're using to verify that the overclock is doing what it's doing and not like clock stretching. That's how you'll be able to tell. Your scores will keep going up until a certain point where they just don't go up anymore. That you know you hit max stable frequency, or it might actually at that point start being unstable. So you might get clock stretching. So anyway, that's basically how the overclocking behavior works, for those that were curious. I don't think any of that's going to change with Zen 5. I think if they revise the IHS, I expect it to run cooler at stock. I would hope they do that, although only the dual C CDs are the ones that run that 95 Celsius. I don't think the single C CDs run that hot. I think, like I know for a fact, the 7800X3D, that one only does like 77 to 80 degrees. And the 7600, I think this one, let's see. Yeah, see, like the 76 goes to like 88. So that's boosting as high as it'll go. Because eventually, even if it tries to go to 95, but it can't hit 95, it can't hit 95 for a few reasons. One, not enough power. It's power limited. So like in this case, the 7600X, this is a 105 watt TDP part. So it's not going to use as much power as a 7950X. It needs a full copper nickel plated IHS, or it just needs a thinner IHS. But yeah, that would probably fix it. But yeah. So I don't know. I know I'm upgrading to Zen 5. I know that. I don't know how much better it will be. I mean, there's all kinds of weird numbers. We've seen people say that it's like 40% IPC, or not 40% IPC. It's like 20% IPC, 20% whatever process architecture change. So you get like a 40% uplift. I don't know if I believe that. I mean, how much faster was like Zen 2 versus Zen 1? Do we know? Let's see. What I want to know here is how much faster was Zen 2 over Zen 1? I think it was like 12. Wasn't it like... They don't actually say. Okay, let's do this one then. Let's look at Zen 3 then. Zen 3 versus Zen 2. Okay, Zen 3 was 19% IPC over Zen 2. In contrast to Intel's 0 IPC gain. I don't know if that's being fair to Intel. I don't think Intel had 0 IPC gains. It was just really like single digit. Riding on the backs of these 19%. They beat Intel. Yeah, they beat Intel. But where's the... Hold on. Conclusion. Okay, so... Zen 3 is 19% faster than Zen 2. It's also a tiny bit faster than Intel's flagship, the 10900K. Against 10700K, it's 13% faster. So, yeah, this is, so, I guess, 20% over the previous generation. Zen 3 was 20%. What I want to know is Zen 2 versus Zen 1, though. Like, the Zen 1 to Zen 2 is actually the thing that we should be looking at, not the Zen 2 to Zen 3. Power limits removed, but doesn't draw more than 108 watts. I would expect 1015. A 25% uplift in full multi-thread workloads. This is the average across everything. Zen 3 was 19% faster than Zen 2. Now they're talking about like a 5800X versus a 3800XT. It's not the 3800X. It was that dumb revision that was unnecessary. It was a 3800X Super is what this thing was. Zen 5 rumors say 40%, so realistically it's going to be 1520. Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking. So the Jim Keller stuff from a year ago was referring to the integer performance projections. Although I have no idea where he got those numbers. Like I still have no idea where Jim Keller got those numbers. And remember, he said this a year ago. A year ago. Like the stuff that we're hearing now is probably more realistic, but remember, when they say those weird numbers like 40%, yeah, that's like theoretical. That's not realistic. So yeah, you guys, I think you're right saying like 15, 20. Like those numbers are more realistic numbers. And that is in line with what we see in these existing parts. Like Zen 3 versus Zen 2 is 19%. So we can call that 20%. That's a 20% uplift from Zen 2 to Zen 3. Like you remove this XT and just do the regular X, that's like 20%, essentially. So, yeah, that to me, that's believable. I mean, if you guys think of it like this, Zen 3 is 13% faster than the 10700. So that's okay. That's basically, yeah, that's Intel's 10th gen. So this is okay. That's 10th gen. So yeah. Moore's Law is dead. Just released a Zen 5 IPC leak video. Really? We just so happen to be talking about this, and then like there's a leak video that comes in. That's funny. Yeah, the thing is the other thing too you guys have to keep in mind is the dual CCD. The dual CCD stuff is the stuff that really benefited from that Zen 3 architecture change. But the single CCD still benefited a lot. Like, it's interesting to read about the architecture here, because if you guys remember, there was like a really good slide that AMD had. I forgot where I saw it. Oh wait, maybe this is it. No, this is not it. There's one where they actually show the inside of the CCD, and they basically show, like in Zen 2, they were like isolated islands, because they still had those CCX things, where they had their own, was it their own L2 or something? And then they all combined the L2 across like 8 cores, or something like that. Or maybe it was 4 cores versus 2 cores. I need to find a picture of that slide again. But basically, Zen, well, why are we looking at Zen 3? Zen 4, where is this? Ryzen 770, 700X review. The 7700X review. The best Zen 4 for gaming. Okay, well, that was obviously before X3D. You're really curious about the new boards? So am I. I'm actually very curious about the new boards. So I don't really expect them to be that different though. I expect the memory, the traces for the memory to be better. So you shouldn't have a problem with DDR5 like running higher speeds on the newer motherboards. And there'll be also some stuff that's changing. Like for example, there's talk of USB 4. Honestly, guys, don't get hyped about the USB 4 stuff. That's like already a thing on the current motherboards. Like if you want USB 4 today on an AMD platform, you can already do that. The only difference is with the new chipsets, they're no longer going to be using the Intel-based chipset for USB 4 on AMD. They're going to be using ASMedia-based USB 4 chipsets on AMD. That's what's changing. So all this stuff that you're hearing about USB 4 is coming to the new AMD motherboards. That's not even new, guys. Like USB 4, you guys want me to give you a list of motherboards that have USB 4 that are already on the market today? Let's name some USB 4 motherboards. USB 4 AM5 motherboards. Let's list them. Let's see it. Let's name them, guys. Let's name them. Crosshair. X670E Crosshair. Both the Extreme and the Hero have USB 4 already built in. X670E Tai Chi. Both the X670E and the B650E Tai Chi from ASRock already have USB 4. They've had USB 4 since 2022. Same thing with the ASUS Crosshair. The X670E Pro Art from ASUS. That's another one. There's all the ones that have the add-in cards. Basically, all the Gigabyte boards. All the Gigabyte ones. Like, pretty much almost all of them have USB 4 via an add-in card. Same thing with the ASRock ones. All the ASRock ones. All the ASRock boards, all the ASUS. So, basically, the point is, there's already a lot of USB 4 on the existing motherboards. The only exception is MSI. I'm sorry, MSI, but you're the only ones that don't have USB 4 on the current motherboards. Like, basically, MSI is the only one that doesn't have USB 4 on any of the X670 or B650. They skipped it completely. And they actually did a good job skipping it, because the Intel chipset, not a very good one with compatibility. So, would love 4 M.2 support with Gen 5 GPU, support standard on the... but that's already a thing, though, on the current motherboards. Those already have USB 4. So to me, all this talk about USB 4 coming to the new AMD motherboards, I mean, they already have all that. PCI Gen 5 also is already AM5. Already on the existing motherboards. Yeah. Like X670E. All the boards have 4 M.2. All of them have 4 M.2. Oh, guess what? None of them use lanes from the graphics card, unlike Intel, except for the Gigabyte Aorus Extreme. That's like the one exception. B series? B series, some of them do. Like some B650E motherboards have 4 M.2 slots, but those are like the Intel boards. Those steal lanes from the graphics card for the 4th M.2 slot. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. The B650 ones are good if you're okay running like 3 M.2 drives. But as soon as you want to run that 4th M.2 drive, on most B650 boards, the 4th M.2 is taking lanes from the graphics card. That basically means the B650 is the same as like a Z790. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about chipset already. Like, that is a whole nother video topic. I mean, we could probably talk about that now. I have to like erase all this stuff. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Let's talk about that. We don't need all this stuff anymore. I think everybody already knows all the things. So, X670. Let's base this off of what we already know and what we can expect the new motherboard to offer. For those that are curious of the new motherboard, I don't know if I'm gonna buy a new motherboard. It depends on what the new motherboard actually offers. So here's the things that will entice me to upgrade my motherboard. Number one, better memory overclocking capability. If the X870 or X7, whatever they call that thing, if that does higher memory speeds, especially like 4 sticks of memory at higher speeds, I'm gonna get one of those like day one. If they don't improve the memory in terms of the board's trace layout, then I don't know if I'm gonna get one. So, but the thing is, we already have like so much PCI Gen 5, it's pointless. Like, okay, do you guys know that X670E already has, so in terms of PCI Gen 5, let's just say PCI Gen 5, it already has 24 lanes. PCI Gen 4, it already has, let me count that, 4 plus 8, 12 lanes. PCI Gen 3, it has 8 lanes. So, knowing this, it already has a lot of PCI Gen 5. So, I don't know, like, what are they going to improve in terms of the PCIe? Because as far as I'm concerned, X670E already has, like, a ton of PCI Gen 5. And like someone was saying earlier, PCI Gen 5 isn't really going to matter. Okay, hold on a second with that, because yeah, in reality, it probably doesn't matter that much for the graphics card. However, if they load this motherboard up with a bunch of M.2 slots and they have to steal lanes from the graphics card to give you like that 5th or 6th M.2 drive slot or whatever, however they're going to do it, then that means your GPU is going to run at X8. And that's where PCI Gen 5 makes a difference, because if you're running a PCI Gen 5 capable graphics card, like for example an RTX 5090 at PCI Gen 5, if you have to compromise and run it at X8 for your 5th M.2 drive, you're not really losing much, because 8 lanes of Gen 5 is equal to 16 lanes of Gen 4. So keep that in mind. That assumes that the actual device is capable of Gen 5 speed. So this chipset already has a lot of Gen 5. Like a ton of Gen 5. And this is the reason why X670E was so expensive at launch, because they loaded it up with Gen 5 that basically nobody needed or asked for. And that's why everyone was complaining, like, why is X670E so expensive compared to the previous generation? Well, it's so expensive because they decided to fill it to the brim with Gen 5 that no one really needed. That's why. So you know what the answer was? X670. X670, we'll just put X670 over here. X670 has PCI Gen 5, 4 lanes. 4 lanes of PCI Gen 5. PCI Gen 4, 30 lanes. Right? Oh no, hold on. No, 28. Yes, 28. No, I think I was right. No, it's 32 lanes. Should be 32. Yeah, 30, no? Yes, 32 lanes. 32 lanes of Gen 4. PCI Gen 3 is still 8 lanes. So, what does that mean? That means X670 allows you to run a single M.2 at Gen 5. That's what X670 does. That is the difference between X670E and X670. And that is also ultimately the reason why X670 motherboards are so much cheaper than X670E. Look at the difference between an Aorus Elite versus an Aorus Master. An Aorus Master is like a $500 motherboard. An Aorus Elite is like a $200 motherboard. So it's like a massive difference, and that's because one has a lot of PCI Gen 5 and the other does not. You want a system that will last as long as the 2600K? Well, it's probably going to be a Zen 5 because think of it like this, guys. I've been saying this pretty much all stream. I'm gonna make it very easy. Zen 1 becomes Zen 4. Zen 2 becomes Zen 5. Zen 3 becomes Zen 6. So a lot of people are still on Zen 2. A lot of people are still on Zen 2. Zen 2 is Ryzen 3000 series. A lot of people are still have a CPU on average, whether we're talking AMD, Zen 2, or an Intel equivalent. Most gamers today have a CPU with that level of IPC. So something like a Zen 2. Think of it like a Ryzen 5 3600. That is the reason why Digital Foundry still tests with a 3600, because they're trying to give you an idea of the average gaming experience based off of the average CPU that most people are using. So that would be like a 3600 or a 3800X or maybe a 3950X, but I mean that's kind of more rare. If it's an Intel equivalent, it will be like an Intel 9900K or maybe like a 10th gen Intel. Those are all kind of in the same time frame in terms of the release cycle. So they're all kind of within plus or minus 10 to 15% of each other depending on the application. So that's the reason why, like I'm telling you guys, if you're talking about like a 2600K successor, it's probably going to be a Zen 5, because we all remember Zen 1 had a lot of like memory DDR4 growing pains and teething issues. This is pretty much the same scenario. You know what I mean? Like, think of it like DDR4, early days DDR4 Zen 1, early days DDR5 Zen 4. It's the same thing. It's the same kind of scenario. So when we talk about like long-term, like you're gonna the 5-year PC or the 7-year PC. Typically, I think of hardware in terms of 3-year, 5-year, and 7-year refresh cycles. I don't really think of like 10 years. But like if someone was asking about a 2600K, so to me that would be like a 7-year upgrade cycle or maybe a 5-year upgrade cycle. So I would probably pick one in the middle. That would typically be the one, because you're basically avoiding all the early adopter things that happen on the first generation, but you still have socket compatibility for upgrading down the line to whatever the final CPU of the socket ends up being. So that's why a lot of people tend to go with the one in the middle. All right, so I guess we'll just finish this up here. B650E. B650E, for those that are curious. PCI Gen 5, 24 lanes. PCI Gen 4, this one has 8. Wait, yes, 8 lanes. 8 lanes Gen 4, and PCI Gen 3, 4 lanes. That is your B650E. B650, the final one. So as you can imagine, it's going to be very similar to the one above it. So PCI Gen 5, it's supposed to be 4 lanes. I don't know how many motherboard manufacturers actually adhere to the spec, because I've seen a lot of like weird things at this price point. But technically it's supposed to be 4 lanes of Gen 5. PCI Gen 4, actually, hold on a second. Is it? Yeah, that's right. And then this is going to be like 8, and this is going to be 4. So this gives you an idea. This is an entire breakdown of all the lanes available depending on the chipset that you're planning on going with. Now, in terms of the new chipset, obviously I don't know like what the lane layout will be. on the new chipsets that accompany Zen 5's launch. I would imagine the upper end isn't really going to change too much. If anything, they might add more Gen 4 lanes and less Gen 3, if I had to guess, for the upper flagship chipset, like the new X670 successor. Probably more Gen 4 and less Gen 8, if I had to guess. But I have no idea. So, but you can see the reason why the X670E and the B650E are significantly more expensive. In fact, a lot of these boards are more expensive than these boards. Strangely enough. It sounds really weird, but typically B650E includes more premium features than a lot of X670 motherboards, which is actually pretty hilarious when you think about it, because it's like the B650 is supposed to be kind of the budget-oriented chipset, yet the B650E has more Gen 5 connectivity than an X670 board. So what ended up happening was your motherboard manufacturers like ASUS and all the other guys, they actually put things like postcode debugs and things like that. They put those things on a B650E where they didn't put those things on an X670 board. So, you know, this is kind of the more premium line. And this stuff over here is kind of the budget build stuff. So, yeah. But that's basically the chipset. So if those of you are wondering, like USB 4, we already talked about USB 4. USB 4 already exists on certain motherboards now. I'm guessing because they're moving away from the Intel Thunderbolt controller and they're going to ASMedia for USB 4 with the new motherboards. I think that there'll be a lot more motherboards that have USB 4 integrated into them. But I think that's typically going to be reserved for the more premium option. So don't expect like some sub $200 motherboard to include USB 4. That's not going to happen. Your typical $400, $500, $600, those motherboards, those are going to be the motherboards that have the USB 4 built in, because that's basically how it is today. With like the Taichi, the Pro Art, those motherboards are like $400, $500 motherboards, and those are the ones that have USB 4 already in them. So I don't see that changing. I think if you guys want USB 4, like you're going to be looking for something like, where is that thing? ASUS USB 4. I'm still waiting for this thing from ASUS, by the way. I'm still waiting for this thing. This is the sort of thing that you'd have to get. The ASUS USB 4 PCIe Gen 4 card. This is the sort of thing that will be sold separately for the various different motherboards that will feature USB 4 support, but they don't have USB 4 actually on the motherboard. You'd have to add it via an add-in card. So there's going to be a mix. There's going to be the ones that include them. Those are going to be like $500 motherboards or even more expensive. Then there's going to be the ones that have support for the add-on card, like this thing. And those are going to be your typical $200 to $500 motherboards. All your like $700 crosshairs and all those things are already going to have the USB 4 day one. You wanted to buy Gigabyte Elite, but now you wait for the new one. Yeah, I would wait for the new ones at this point, because you're only going to wait typically till the summer at this point. You might as well. Like, what are you using right now? What system are you using right now? USB 4 is useful for notebooks and workstation systems. They force it on us to justify price hikes. Yeah, they're useful for docking stations. I mean, I guess external storage is the other use case, and possibly like external monitors. But from my point of view, I've only ever really used like Thunderbolt docking stations with USB 4 in a laptop. That's my primary use case. The other use case would be external capture cards that require such low latency, like 4K capture cards, for example, that are external boxes. Those need a USB 4 card. Oh, wow, you're on the old MSI from... You know what? I'll say something about MSI. I am very impressed with MSI because I recently went back and built my Zen 2 computer. So I dug out my 3800X from storage and I put it in a ancient vintage case. The very first PC that I ever built, I dug out that case the other day, and I dug out my 3800X and my G-Skill Flare X Samsung B die, all 32 gigs, all 4 sticks. I updated the BIOS of that motherboard. Well, let me show you the motherboard. So the motherboard, no, it's not a Steel Legend. It is a X370 X Power Gaming Titanium. This is it. This is it, guys. This is the motherboard that I brought back from, well, it was never dead. I brought this thing out of storage. This was the first AMD motherboard, the first Ryzen, first gen Ryzen I built using this motherboard. This was the flagship motherboard of MSI back in the day. Like, for those that remember MSI's brand, MSI used to have M Power and X Power as their, like, overclocker boards. This was, like, their super high-end motherboard. This was a $300 motherboard when it was new on the Zen 1 launch. In fact, it was either this or maybe the Crosshair Extreme, which was an EATX board. That was probably a little bit more than this. I think that was like a $320, $340. This was a $299 motherboard for Zen 1 X370. Now, I have two X370 boards. I have that board, and I have X370 Crosshair 6 Hero. And I have this. This is the other first gen motherboard that I have. So, but here's the thing, guys. I wish I would have used my MSI all the way through like the Zen 3 era. So this board was so cool. Like, first of all, it looks like it's cookies and cream. It's got this weird color scheme. I really wish I would have kept using this. And the reason why is, let me tell you the story of like Zen 2 for me. So like Zen 1, I used this. So I used this and I had like this one. But the only reason why I got this one was because on launch day, my Crosshair 6 Hero was dead. It was a DOA board. I tried to use BIOS flashback to fix it. That didn't fix it because it like could never even detect anything. So it was like a straight up dead motherboard. So I returned it to Micro Center on launch day, in the evening of that launch day. And I remember they had only one motherboard to exchange it for, and that was this MSI Titanium. So that's how I got the MSI Titanium. And the MSI Titanium never let me down. The one thing about this, though, is the difference between the MSI Titanium versus the ASUS Crosshair Hero. The MSI aged way better, despite having that 16 megabyte BIOS size limit that forced it to lose its cool looking BIOS to support Zen 2 and Zen 3. It had to go to this weird click BIOS thing that looks kind of old school. But besides that, this motherboard is a daisy chain topology DDR4 motherboard from 2017. To put things into perspective, most of the early Zen 1 era motherboards were T topology based motherboards. The ROG Crosshair 6 Hero, this is a T topology board. So what ended up happening was with Zen 1 and Zen Plus, I could run Samsung B die G-Skill Flare X 1434 at 3200 megahertz on an 1800X with the ROG Crosshair 6 Hero. I could not do that with the Titanium. which is ultimately the reason why I ended up going back to the Crosshair Hero like a few weeks later when they came back in stock at like a Fry's Electronics. So I ended up like repurchasing. So basically I bought this from Micro Center. It was dead. I took it back. I swapped it for the titanium, and I proceeded to use titanium for like a few weeks. Then when I started doing overclocking, first of all, this board at launch had a pretty locked down BIOS. There was no P-state overclocking. There was no offset voltage. You basically had OC mode static voltage, and that was it. There was no such thing as PBO back then. Back then, there was something called XFR, extended frequency range, which is the CPU's boost algorithm to allow it to auto overclock. That's all you had. You had LLC, and that was basically all you had on the titanium. And that's why I went back to the Crosshair, because the Crosshair had offset voltage. It had P-state overclocking, which is basically what PBO is today. So I wanted to overclock, and I wanted to hit 3200 on the RAM, and I was able to do that with the Crosshair Hero. Now, fast forward to Zen 2. Zen 2 would work on this board, but it worked very unreliably. Like the weird stuff with it failing to post, and you'd have to like clear CMOS, all kinds of weird stuff. With MSI, because this is a daisy chain topology motherboard for the RAM, this thing aged so much better than the Crosshair, because daisy chain RAM is way easier to run high speed on Zen 2 and Zen 3. So nowadays, like when I recently built my Zen 2 computer again, because I wanted to test Dragon's Dogma on a Zen 2 to see what it runs like on a console, essentially, I was amazed how fast and reliably the titanium would post and get into Windows on the Zen 2, because the Crosshair was so unreliable and flaky because of that T topology memory setup. So very disappointing. I still think the Crosshair 6 Hero is the best looking motherboard. Like, there's something about this styling. It has such a timeless look to me in terms of the aesthetics. This is a very nice looking motherboard. Like, the Crosshair 6 is still like my favorite one. Crosshair 6 and Crosshair 7 are the best looking Crosshair motherboards from ASUS. I mean, the ones now look so like AI art made them or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened with the new ASUS boards. They're like RGB screens everywhere. Like, there's something about this that just looks cool. It looks timeless. But the titanium, I have since retired my Crosshair Hero. This thing is in storage, but this thing is alive and well, and it will probably be used for videos about Dragon's Dogma in the next couple of days, because I do plan on doing like a CPU benchmark video for Dragon's Dogma, because GPU does not matter for that game. Like, no, it doesn't matter. Like, you can max 4K on like a 6700 XT in that game. Like, you need CPU. You need a lot of CPU for that game. So I plan to test Zen 2, Zen 3, Zen 4, Intel 13th Gen, Zen 4 X3D, and yeah, I think that's enough. Maybe Rocket Lake in there, like 11th Gen Intel, if I have time. But yeah, the red button, the nuke switch. Yeah, the weird like onboard overclocking thing. Well, we're not going to be testing the ARC A770. I tested that live. Yeah, no, that's an invalid test config for trying to find the CPU bottleneck. You can run 1080. It's just there's too many weird. There's bugs with the rendering on ARC in that game, as I showed in the video. But yeah, like these are the motherboards. These are my AM4 motherboards, for those that were wondering. Like, I have this and I have this. Actually, I mean, I have another one. I've got like the X570. So I've got that, and I have the X570 Crosshair 8. Is it 8 Hero Wi-Fi? Yeah, this one. I've got this one also. So I've got 3 AM4 motherboards. I've got 2 old ancient X370s, and I have one X570. I don't have any X470 boards or any of the budget ones. I don't have a B350 or B450, B550. I have two X370s, one ASUS, one MSI, and I have one ASUS X570. So for those wondering, like today, this motherboard that you see here, this is combined. This is using the 5800X. This MSI old board is using the 3800X. So those are my test configs. I've got this with Zen 2. I've got this with Zen 3. And then I've got this, the ASRock X670E Steel Legend. This is with Zen 4 X3D. This is powering the 7950X3D. So that's with an ASRock Steel Legend. So these are kind of the test setups that I'm going to be using for Dragon's Dogma. So these three are the main ones. Well, this is actually not one of the main ones, but I mean, I'm probably going to try to test it on this. But definitely Zen 2, because I wanted to know how the game plays on a console, like a CPU that's similar to the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X, and that is Zen 2. So that is why I had to bust out my old 3800X. How would the Deep Cool be on the 7800X 3D? The Deep Cool AK400, is that that's like an AK620, right? Or is that the one with the... Oh, this is smaller. This will probably do better. This will probably do better than a Wraith Prism, but this I wouldn't use. Well, what's this rated at? What's the TDP? Does it say in here? Let's see. So they tested this with a Ryzen 9 3900X. And it did... Wait, this is idle? Idle doesn't matter. Hold on, what? Why is this website like this? Stock idle. Okay, where's the actual... Okay, stock blender... 70 degrees on a 3900X. So that means you're probably going to be running like 80 Celsius or something. 240 watts for this? This doesn't look like 240 watts to me. This is probably like 150. Because I can tell you right now, like a dual one is what I would use. Although this will probably work. I think it'll probably run like 80 degrees, if I had to guess. Like with average airflow, I would guess 80 degrees. Hold on, it says testing is done. Did they compare with like a Wraith? Here, hold on, let's find where's the Wraith Prism on here? Because look at this. An AK620 does 65. AK620 is 65 on a 3900X. This thing is doing 70. Where's the Wraith? The Wraith is 73. Yeah, see, I guess they would do a little bit better than a Wraith. So it's doing better than a Wraith, but it's like worse than the AK620. So, and remember, this is on a dual CCD, but the thing is, the Zen 2 doesn't use that much power. So here it hit 89. What was this? Oh, overclocking. This is overclocking. So it gets up to 89 on a Zen 2. That's not that much better than a Wraith Prism, to be honest. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I can tell you right now, I'm running with my Zen 2. My 3800X is using the Wraith Prism, the stock cooler that it came with. That's what I'm using to cool that. And it does fine, and that's a little bit worse than the Deep Cool. So I don't know. If it was me, I would get the AK620, because that's a lot better. Because here, look at the difference in this. Look at the difference. Overclock blender on a 3900X The AK620 does 78 degrees. This thing, AK400, is 89 degrees. That's the difference between a single stack and a dual stack. No resizable. Nope, I have resizable bar. This motherboard has resizable bar. I turned it on. I couldn't believe it. I updated the BIOS. I went in there. Sure enough, an ancient 2017 Zen 1 motherboard has resizable bar. I turned it on. It's got resizable bar. I mean, the crosshair, the old crosshair, that one has resizable bar as well. But this runs like garbage. So yeah, this one, it's got resizable bar on a Zen 1. I mean, it's got no PCI Gen 4. This is PCI Gen 3 only on this motherboard, even though Zen 2 supports PCI Gen 4. But whatever, it has resizable bar. So, yep, it's got it. So all my tests that I'm going to be doing for Dragon's Dogma are all with resizable bar turned on. Like on this, on the other one, on the Intel one, on the other AMD one, on the new AMD one, all of them have resizable bar. You set 750X3D at 1.21 SoC and carrier optimizer all core -30. It often reboots. Is my voltage too low? Yes, the voltage is probably too low. You're going to have to go with a -15. You have to start at like -15. Otherwise, you need to try the LLC, the load line calibration. You have to change, if you don't want to change your negative offset, you need to adjust your load line calibration. Otherwise, you need to reduce the number of, like, you have to go to like -15 first and test at that, and then try -20, then try -25, etc. There's 3 fan models. Well, this one is the... What is this? This is the... Does it even say? This, to me, looks like it's half of an AK620. This is like it's half of a 620. Why not just get the 620? To me, honestly, like if it was between this and the Wraith Prism, I would just stick with the stock Wraith Prism. But I know the X3Ds don't have a Wraith Prism. But like, I wouldn't spend money on this if my CPU had a stock cooler, is what I'm saying. Like, basically what I'm saying is if your CPU had a stock cooler, this is not worth getting if you already have a stock cooler. So, like, to me, personally, when it comes to air cooling, there's dual stack or liquid cooling. That's basically it. So there's either this. It's either this or it's a liquid cooler. Like, I don't do single stack air coolers because they're not even that much better than a stock Wraith Prism on an AMD. So, but that's my 2 cents on that, because I know Ryzen 9, what was that? 7900, the 7900, like the non, yeah, this one. See, like this CPU. This CPU includes the Wraith Prism. This isn't a very good stock cooler. This is what I'm using to cool the 3800X. So my Zen 2 CPU, it's basically using the stock cooler. Like, I'm not gonna do anything with it. I'm just gonna use that and run it stock and see how a console performs in this game. So, because I mean, people were saying like, yeah, the thing is, like I was saying when Dragon's Dogma launched, I said, oh, it runs good, it's good, but then people were like, yeah, but you're using a computer that, like, it's super high end, right? So that resonated with me. I understood that. I was like, yeah, I need to test older hardware to understand where all the complaints are coming from. So that's why I built back my old Zen 2, so I could see how well the game runs, or how the game runs. And yeah, it runs pretty bad in the city, with a Zen 2. I was averaging like low 30s, anywhere from like as low as like 28 to like 37. It was like in that range in the city. You go outside and the FPS is like 45, 51. It's kind of all over the place still. Sometimes even out in the forest, it still drops all the way down into the 30s. But it's always above 30. So it's very much like what Capcom said when they said uncapped frame rate on a console is like in the 30 range. In like, you know, anywhere from like 30 to 39. You're not really going to hit like 40 FPS. And yeah, for the most part, I can see what they mean, because the Zen 2 CPU does perform a lot like that. So I do need to go back and test like Zen 3 to see how much of a difference Zen 3 made. Like a 5800X versus a 3800X. But yeah, the Wraith cooler, like this thing, first of all, this thing has really nice RGB. So, and it's not that much worse than the AK400. Like if we look at, like the worst case scenario was stock, or no, overclock blender, but like stock blender, Wraith Prism's 80 degrees, Deepcool AK400 is 74 degrees. But as soon as you go to overclock, which is probably going to be how like Zen 4 behaves, because it's already overclocked, you know, AK400 is doing 89 degrees. Wraith Prism is doing 92 degrees. So it's, you know, like, that's why it's like, okay, it's not worth really changing the stock cooler if that's what it's going to do. Because you'd have to go down to like an AK620, which is doing like 78 degrees. See what I mean? So that's why it's literally like dual stack, or you're going liquid. That's basically it. Like Pop was saying, like Liquid Freezer 2. Well, what I'm saying is the 7800X3 already behaves like this. This is how it behaves. So it behaves like an overclocked older AMD CPU. So keep that in mind. So it's gonna boost as high as it can go, up to like, I think 89 degrees is basically the shutoff point where it will, okay, I'm not gonna boost anymore because I'm at 89 degrees. So AK400 is basically hitting 89 degrees on an overclocked dual CCD. So who knows? Maybe the single CCD doesn't generate that much heat. I can't really tell you how it would perform because I'm using a dual stack air cooler on mine. So like the one that I'm using, I can tell you mine. Mine is, I don't know if they have it in here. They don't have mine. Mine is an NHD 14, which is older than a D15. So I'm guessing it would be like 80 degrees. On the one that I'm using is probably going to hit like 80 max OC temperature. So yeah. Something like an AK620 though. That's good. What did they even use when they reviewed that? $7800X3D review. So what did they, let's see. What did he cool this with? Okay, check this out. So in this review, they cooled this with an air cooler. They used a Noctua NHU14S. So that is a... Well, did they show it? Why does he show... Okay, he has a liquid and an air. Why does he show this? Is that what he used? I don't know. That's weird. Power or temperature? Okay, that doesn't really tell me anything. This is kind of dumb. What did you cool this with? Like, it's not even written properly. He says air cooling this, water cooling that, but then there's only reviews for like one thing. Do people not know how to do review content anymore? This is really good, these temperatures, but I don't know what he's using. It's either the U14S, which is this. Okay, this is kind of, well, no, this is better than the AK400, because this is way wider for one thing. This is old. It's from 2013. That doesn't mean that it's gonna be bad though. So yeah, this data is like super old. This is back when CPUs were not overclocked out of the box though. So we don't have good data on that. I can't believe they don't say, like, how are you going to list air cooling and water cooling and then don't specify which one you're actually using? I'm assuming because they show this, they tested it with a liquid cooler. So I'm going to assume that what we're going to see in the results are based off of a 360 rad, because they don't actually say what they actually used, even though they list two different things. So, knowing that, hold on. Temperatures. So this is with the liquid cooler. It's doing 82 degrees Celsius, assuming that's what they're using. Let me see. And they completely failed to mention which cooler they're using. So we're going to assume that it's on the liquid cooler. Oh, no. Oh, here we go. Here we go. In the first sentence. We're using a Noctua NH-U14S. So they're using a single stack Noctua air cooler. So here we go. This is on air. Stock, 82 Celsius. There you go. With a single stack Noctua. PBO max 91 Celsius, which I think is a little bit too hot for an X3D. Gaming, 65 Celsius. So, I can tell you this is hotter than the way mine runs. I mean, you guys have seen me live stream games, and you've seen my overlay. You've seen how my dual CCD runs. The dual CCD gets up to like 60 degrees Celsius. It's like 58 to like 62 or something. On a AK620. So yeah, 65 on a single CCD, on a single stack air cooler. This to me sounds like it's good enough. So yeah, you're fine. The AK400 will handle it fine. There's no issue based off of this. See, the single stack does 73 degrees on my dual CCD X3D. So yeah. That's about right. 82 on full load. So basically 100% load. This 82 Celsius, that's like a Cinebench run right there. That's where that number is coming from. Where does the LF2 apply in their I have no idea. Good question. I don't know. Maybe the Intel CPUs. Because, I mean, well, I don't know. 102 degrees. I don't know, man. I assume all of this is air, because it's like you're not going to change your cooler for different CPUs. It has to be the same for all of them. So you guys can see the older CPUs run, or the like severely power limited ones run much cooler, and then you go up the stack to the to the higher core count, higher density, higher power consuming CPUs. And you can see the temperatures get a little bit out of hand. We're talking like boiling water. We're talking boiling water temperatures on some of these Intel CPUs over here. 102 on a 13900K, 103 on a 13700K, 106 on a 12900K. Since when does a 12900K run hotter than a 13900K? There's like way less. There's like half the E-cores. How is that possible? And then the Zen CPUs are doing their thing. They're boosting up to like 95 cells. Man, it's like the GTX 480 started a trend before it even knew that this would become a trend. An old NVIDIA GPU from 2010. Little did it know that it would start a trend that all CPUs would follow years later. These are not good temperatures. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't think these CPUs will live as long as a 2600K. I don't because the thing is, even if the CPU is not doing 100 degrees all the time, like the hot and cold cycle causes compression and expansion of the metal. Like, that's actually a physical thing that's happening. So when you're heating your CPU up to boiling water temperatures, it's not going to live that long. That's how it works. So, I mean, no, I don't feel comfortable running my CPU at this temperature. This is the reason why I don't use my 1300K for things outside of, like, home server applications. Because I'm not going to render videos on this thing when it goes to, like, 100 degrees in, like, 2 seconds. I mean, you guys have seen the video. I did a video at launch of the 1300K, and it goes to 100 degrees within 2 seconds of trying to render a video in DaVinci Resolve. And I'm like, I don't want my CPU to die prematurely, so I'm just not going to use it for work. It's just going to have to become like a server. That's what it ended up becoming. That's why I don't use it for gaming. That's why I don't really... I mean, gaming is not going to run that hot, but still, what are the gaming temperatures on this thing? 87? The AMD one is, like, I don't think that's correct, because the AMD one doesn't actually do 95 while gaming. It's more like 65, so I don't know where that data came from. But the Intel one doesn't get 87? Well, okay, this is a single stack air cooler, so that's why. But still, like, that's not good. That's not good for the longevity of the CPU. Like, just boiling water. You want to boil your silicon at 100 degrees Celsius. Like, is that good? I don't think so. So, I don't think those CPUs are going to live that long. People who are going to run that thing for, like, Cinebench rendering. Now, granted, these people will probably swap their CPU after, like, 3 or 4 years. So, they'll probably never see it die. But someone who wants to hold on to it, like the people who had the 2600K for, like, a decade, I don't think a 1300K is going to live for a decade under those sort of conditions. It's going to wear down. It won't be able to boost as fast. There's going to voltage leakage. Who knows what will happen? Assuming they're not even overclocking. Like, if you overclock, it's going to be even worse. It's just going to die even faster. This is why I hate the state of PC journalism. Everyone rushing to get reviews out ASAP. The AK400's fine. Yeah, that's fine. It'll work, although I personally would have rather gotten, like, how much... This is like a $30... What is this, like a $30 cooler? The AK620 is, what, like 60? But it's, like, significantly better. Like, I personally would have gone with this AK620. But yeah, having said all of that, the AK400, it will work fine. Like, it'll do what you see here, essentially. So 65 Celsius is what you can expect. Assuming that it's the same, like, thermal density, because I don't know, like, they use the U14S, which I think is heavier and thicker than an AK400, so I would say expect gaming temperatures to be in the range of 60 to 70 degrees. Let's put it that way. And full load temperature, expect it to be in the mid-80s with that cooler. That is the normal behavior. So if you do like a Cinebench run and your CPU goes up to like 85 Celsius, don't panic and think that it's a bad mount, because that's normal. The fan was a last minute thing? What does the fan have to do with it? What does the fan have to do with it? It's like, oh, don't they use the same fans? Don't they have the same fan? They're both like 120mm fans. Most reviews should have called first look instead. Are we talking about the fact that they didn't really they show a liquid cooler but they don't actually use the liquid cooler? You had to get a new fan? I don't understand. The cooler comes with the fan. You had to get a cool. No, the fan comes with the cooler, is what I meant to say. What do you mean by the fan? The fan. You had to get a different fan. You mean that the cooler wouldn't fit in the case? This is what my X3D is in. This is the case that I'm using with the X3D. This is what I use. My 7950 X3D and my RTX 4090 are in this case. Like, and the case is not that wide. So, see, like, there it is. So there's air. There's intake on the side there. And it's got full mesh grill. So I don't do those cases. Like, I don't go with cases that block the fans in the front. It has to be mesh. No weird like cover where the fans get poor airflow on the intake. No. So it's like, and this is like an old case. I think I bought this case in like 2013 or 2014. So I've had this case for like 10 years or more. So I don't know. All my PCs are like in vintage cases at this point, except for two of them. Except for Threadripper and the one I'm using right now. So like all my other computers are in like some ancient vintage stuff. Like actually, let me see. So this is what the X3D is in. The other one, the NZXT Nemesis. Okay, well, they didn't review that one. What about the Hades? Oh, they reviewed the Hades. All right, this is what my 7800 X3D is in. So, yeah, this is a weird thing with the door. That isn't even a door. They, like, pulled the whole thing off the front. That's funny. So, this is from 2010. Yeah, this is old. This is an old case. So this is what I'm using. So my 7800 X3D is in a Hades case from NZXT. And the 7950 X3D is in the Scout 2 from Cooler Master. So this thing is 4090 plus 7950 X3D. This one is 7900 XT plus 7800 X3D. Notice I said XT, not XTX. The 7900 XT is what I'm using with a 7800 X3D. So that's what this case, they're in this case, essentially. Like, this was my second computer build. Like, my second case that I ever got was this thing. My third case was this one. So, like, yeah. My very first case was an NZXT Nemesis. And that is what the 3800X is in, with that MSI titanium. With a RX 6700 XT. I wanted to put a larger graphics card in that case, but the case is too small. So I had the 6700 XT reference card from AMD. That was the largest GPU I could fit in my old Nemesis case. Does any of your cases ever go rust? No. I mean, these are kind of like painted black, so they're not really. The Nemesis case, that one, NZXT Nemesis. Hold on. NZXT Is that it? No, that's not it. That's not it, no. It's an old case. My very first case, this is a picture of it actually, sort of. Oh, there it is, okay. So yeah, that's my first case. This is my very first case, this one right here. So the one right here, there's the one that had the big LCD thing on the top of it. I never had that. Mine was the basic one that didn't have the LED thingy. I don't even know what that thing on the top does. I assume it's like temperature monitoring and stuff. It was this thing. It's this one right here. It was the black one. Yeah, that. I might do a video about it because it's like an ancient vintage case at this point with a Zen 2 CPU in there and an RDNA 2 GPU. But yeah, like that's it. It has a side window with a fan, side fan. I'm using the side fan. So yeah. The power supply mounts at the top, just to give you guys an idea. It was one of those old cases. You can tell it's very old school because the power supply mounts at the top of the case. Whereas with all my other ones, except for the Fractal Torrent, all the other ones, it mounts at the bottom of the case. So, but yeah, I'm not someone who, like, if I upgrade my computer case, I repurpose the old one. Or I'll give it to like a family member or something. But then what'll end up happening is if I give it to a family member, they'll use it for like 2 years or something, and then they'll give it back to me because they'll upgrade their own gear to something new, and then it'll just come back to me. So that's the cases just come. They find their way back to me because like the Nemesis, that old Nemesis case, like I think I gave that to like a cousin at some point, and then it like circled its way back to me after several years. So it's like I have it again. So it's hilarious. So I'm using it again now, and I've had the case. I think I built my first PC in 2006, just to give you guys an idea. So the first PC I built was in 2006, and that was using this Nemesis case. The second computer I built was using the Hades, and this was, I think I built this in 2010. So from 2006 to 2010, I used the same PC. I upgraded in 2010, so I did a full build, brand new build, DDR3, and it was the Hades case. Then I did the Cooler Master, and I built my very first Intel-based CPU computer in this case. The previous ones were AMD. So this one, Nemesis, was AMD Athlon 64. The Hades was the AMD Phenom, the Phenom 2 X4 Black Edition. That was this thing. And then I went to Intel Haswell i7 4770K in the Cooler Master Storm. So, and then after that, it was Ryzen. So, what are the design reasons for the top or bottom mount? So the reason why they put them in the bottom is so that they isolate the temperature of the power supply to its own system. Like, if the power supply goes at the top, it sucks, the fan has to be at the bottom of it, so it ends up sucking it intakes all the hot air from inside the case and exhausts it out the back. So what ends up happening is if your power supply is mounted at the top of your case, it ends up running really, really warm. It runs really hot. So it's not good for the longevity and the health of your power supply. So in general, power supplies at the top of a computer case is not good. It's generally bad for the power supply. It's bad for your power supply because the power supply will run at a high temperature, especially if you have a high-end GPU that dumps a lot of heat. Like, think of like an RTX 4090. You know, that thing's going to dump so much heat into the case. If the power supply is at the top, that's going to exhaust all that hot air, and it can barely handle cooling itself, and it's having to supply all that electricity to the GPU, so it's just not good. So it's better to have the power supply at the bottom. How did you feel when you built your first PC? The thing that I was the most nervous about was like thermal paste. I remember when I first had to put thermal paste on the CPU, that was the thing that I was the most nervous about. Like, I didn't know if I was going to put too much or too little, or that I have to spread it out or pre-apply it, you know, instead of just putting like a rice grain and then just sticking the cooler on top. You know, basically I learned you don't have to really do anything with thermal paste. You basically put a rice grain in the middle of the CPU and you stick the cooler on top of it, and that's it. That's all you got to do. There's none of this like spread it out. That's a waste of time. That's unnecessary. As long as you put enough where it's not like too much and it overflows and like you have a mess of thermal paste all over the sides of the CPU. So it's like, yeah. In my experience, you can spread it if you want, but I just think that's unnecessary extra work because it ends up performing the same regardless whether you spread it out or not. So I guess if you're applying like liquid metal, it's different. But I basically just put a rice grain and that's it in the middle. Smack dab in the middle of the IHS, and then I just put the cooler on top of it and that's it. Because it spreads out from the pressure. It spreads out and it creates I mean, I've always done it that way, and I've never had a problem with issues with temperatures ever. Like, and I've been doing that since my very first PC build, and it always has worked fine. But yeah, top mounted is not good for power supplies. Bottom mounted is definitely better. That's the reason why most cases put it at the bottom. So now it depends also. So if your case sits on a carpeted floor, you probably don't want the fan facing the bottom. You actually want your fan to be on the top of the PS, or on the top of the case, like facing into the case, so you can get the airflow from in the case and then exhaust out the back. So that's typically how I build mine. I always put the power supply with the fan on the top, not the bottom. Yes, fan is on the top. And it's just more convenient that way. Even if I was going to put it on a hardwood floor or on a desk, I'd probably still just leave it with the fan inside instead of on toward the floor. Well, most of them, it's actually it's sided so that if, regardless of how you orient it in the case, it's facing the right way. At least modern power supplies are that way. They weren't always that way, though. But yeah, like this case was one of those cases that you could take to like a LAN event because it had a handle on the top. So you can tell it was a product of its time with all those hard drive cage sleds and stuff. I have since removed that. Mine actually, I don't even have this bottom one. Oh, actually, no, I think I still have the bottom one in there. But yeah, you could remove the middle one. Yeah, my first two cases, so my NZXT cases, both the Nemesis and the Hades, those do not have any USB 3. What is the worst case you ever had? Probably the very first case that I had, the Nemesis. The Nemesis case is probably the worst case. Let's see if we can find like a review of this. NZXT Nemesis review. Okay, this is like this is from September of 2007. Yeah, that's what it looked like. It had that blue LED fan, and it was loud because it was a DC fan with no sense wire. I don't use that fan anymore, as you can imagine. But yeah, this is not a really good... Hold on, can we find... Yeah, this case, I don't want to say it was bad, but you're asking me to choose the worst case. So by far, the worst case that I ever had was the very first case, which was the NZXT Nemesis. And that isn't to say that it was a bad case. It's just in terms of the fact that the power supply goes at the top. See? The power supply goes at the top. Oh, this case also is the first case and the last case that I purchased that had a power supply included with the case. This case came with a 400 watt power supply. Some random power supply. And back then, I didn't know anything about like what was good and what wasn't. So I actually used the 400 watt power supply that came with the Nemesis case. I literally used it for all the 4 years that I used that computer as my main computer. So you can tell like it's not. I mean, down here at the bottom, there's a spot here for a 120 millimeter intake fan. So it did not come with a millimeter intake fan. I had to add one. I never added one until recently when I got the case back from a family member. So I currently have a Noctua. I'm probably gonna have to make a video about this case now that I'm thinking about it, just to show you guys like what computer cases were like what at this point, what, 20 years ago. So because this is what, 2000, not 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago. Yeah, this review was from 2005. I built my first PC in 2006, like in the summer of 2006. So, but you know, they were trying to go with like screwless design. You know, that you can tell that did not age well because this didn't take into account the fact that GPU coolers and GPU PCBs can exceed the standard height of where the bracket goes to the case. So, oh, this was the Elite one. I didn't have that one. Cooling. Yeah, it had this fan here. The Elite came with a colored one. Mine was just the bland black one that had a Molex plug. It was Molex. It was not like it wasn't even the 2-pin. There's the 400 watt power supply. Motherboard tray. Oh, notice how there's no cutout. There's no cutout for the back of the motherboard. So like if you wanted, like for example, if you wanted to remove, or let's say you wanted to install a custom cooler that required its own bracket that had to go on the back of the motherboard, you had to do that before you put the motherboard in the case because there was no cutout on the case for you to reach the back of the motherboard. So that, yeah, this is the one and only case that I have that was like that. Remember those razor sharp? Yeah, this had razor sharp edges. This is the only case that I have that has razor sharp edges. Blood had to be, you had to do a blood ritual sacrifice to build a PC back then. Like almost every single time you build a computer, you would cut your finger on something back in the day. So yeah, that's how it was. These images don't work if I try to click on the link, but I mean, there you go. You can see this is, mine would be the one on the right because I did not have the Elite. You can see mine didn't have that bar up there. It was basically as shown here. It had all those purple screwless tool connector latch things for the drives. Fun fact, the hard drive 3.5-inch goes down here. You can fit 3 of them. This thing here is for a 3.5-inch floppy drive. Yes, this case supports floppy disk drives. You can put 2 of them in here. And then it had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 optical drive slots. Yes, 5 5.25-inch drive slots. Benchmarking. Oh man, this is this is how you could tell these were the days when like AMD was king of the hill, because if you look at reviews of this era of like mid 2000s, like basically pre-Conroe, everything was like AMD Athlon 64. Like every gamer website, like GameSpot, IGN, Anantech, all the old school tech sites, they were using AMD Athlon CPUs for all their like game benchmarks, their component testing. It was all AMD back in the day, and it was either like NVIDIA Enforce chipsets, or it was like the VIA one. I think VIA was the other one for the South Bridge. Man, look at how they used to do their reviews, though. Like, look at how weird this is. Like, you mouse over it and the numbers disappear. Why do the numbers disappear when I mouse over it? These are the temperatures. So the Southbridge chipset runs at 47 Celsius. The CPU idle is 32 Celsius and 50 Celsius under load. The RAM is running at 30 Celsius. The power supply runs at 33 Celsius. The hard drive is 38 Celsius. And the graphics card idles at 50 degrees Celsius and 66 degrees under load. Yeah, I don't know why the power supply cables are like just pushed over here to the side. That looks weird. See all that ketchup and mustard on the power supply cables back in the day? The NVIDIA chipset was fire. Yeah, my first motherboard was an AMD. It was a socket 939 Athlon 64 with an N-Force 4. N-Force 4. What was that motherboard called? EVGA socket 939 N-Force 4. There it is. Why is the website like? Oh, that's my first motherboard right there. Look ahead, a chipset fan. This is the motherboard that I put in that Nemesis case. I had a AMD CPU, EVGA motherboard, NVIDIA Enforce chipset for AMD, and an ATI Radeon X850 XT. So I had everything except, well, although now that I think about it, the LAN ports might have been Intel. So I basically, my first computer had like every single brand, major like hardware brand that PC DIY people pay attention to. It had NVIDIA in the motherboard. It had AMD as a CPU. It had Intel as the networking. It had ATI, which is basically now Radeon, for those that don't know, as the GPU. I basically had everything in the very first computer without even knowing any of these guys at the time. That's it. There's the Northbridge heatsink in the middle there. The chipset, I think, is, or the Southbridge is like somewhere. I don't really remember. I think it's like underneath the chipset fan or something. Or maybe it's the other way around. No, I think the Northbridge is always closer to the CPU. I don't remember. Do you guys see these yellow things right here? This is PCI. This is PCI, not PCI Express. So the long yellow ones are PCI Express Gen 1. That's PCI Gen 1. Then you have PCI Gen 1 X1 is the blue. And then these three shorter looking yellow ones, that's standard PCI. That's not PCI Express, that's PCI. And you got IDE connectors on the board for the ribbon cables, for the ancient hard drives, the IDE drives, not the SATA drives. This thing supported SATA, and it was SATA Gen 2. So it was like 3.0, not 6.0. It wasn't SATA 3, it was SATA 2. Look at that. It had PS by 2 for the mouse and keyboard. It had the really weird analog surround sound for 5.1 audio. And then it had like the 7.1 audio. All this analog audio. And then it has a parallel port for a printer. It has a COM port DB9 serial port for I don't even know what would be connected there. And then 4 USB 2.0. This is the good stuff back in the day. Look at that. Look at that. Postcode debug. Postcode debug. You have to spend like $400 now if you want a postcode debug on your motherboard. This was a socket 939. Socket 939. I missed out on AM2. Like, I think I remember someone who knew more about computers than me at the time told me probably wait for AM2. But I didn't care because you know, I didn't really have much money, so it was like I wanted to build. So I built the computer. For those wondering, I built this computer just so I could play World of Warcraft. That's the only reason why I built this computer. I built the computer to play World of Warcraft. I wasn't really into like computer hardware that much back in the day. Like I just wanted to play Guild Wars, Half-Life 2, Warcraft 2, and I mean, I don't even know what else was out around that time. It was mostly just WoW. That's all I remember. Like WoW was like the game that everybody played, and that was it. Keep in mind, guys, this is like 2006. This is summer 2006. Look at this. The review of this is 2006. That's basically like when I built the computer. It probably has 1/100th the horsepower of a modern rig. I don't even know if that maybe like maybe 1/700th or something. Who knows? Like in terms of like the teraflops. Yeah, man, EVGA needs to wake up. They need to start making like AMD motherboards and AMD graphics cards and come back. Like they need to stop this nonsense and like come back for real. Like if you're not going to make GPUs, you guys need to start making like motherboards or something again. Like do something. I mean, my first motherboard was an EVGA motherboard. Like where are you guys at? You had a Pentium 4 back then? I had a Pentium 4 in a laptop. So, and that's one of the reasons why I went AMD, because I remember, like, obviously laptops and desktops are completely different, but, you know, I didn't know anything about computers that much back then, and all I remember was I had a Toshiba laptop that had a Pentium 4, and it ran WoW like garbage. So I was determined to build a desktop so I could play WoW much better and have a much better experience playing WoW. And I was like, okay, you got to go AMD apparently, because it's like you want a gaming PC, you got to go AMD. I mean, that's the one that everybody has for like CPUs. Like, don't get a Pentium 4 because that's like a scam. As the people were telling me, like Intel's a scam. You'll see like, dude, you're getting a Dell commercials on TV, and the guy in the commercial was like, it's got an Intel Pentium 4. Then the whole Intel, dun, 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 that thing would play, the little Intel logo, Intel inside. So that's how everybody knows about Intel. But the reality was, like, those in the know who knew about computers, like, they would all say, get AMD. If you want a fast, cheap computer, build it yourself and get AMD. That's all you got to do. And then I would start looking at these reviews and stuff, and like online, I would look at like GameSpot's review of World of Warcraft, and they would show their test configs, you know, and all the reviewers in IGN and GameSpot, they would show like all the PCs that the testers reviewed the game on, and they were all like AMD 64, AMD 64 this one, AMD 64 that one, AMD 64 AMD Athlon XP, like not even the 64 one, like the older one. You know, so that's how I knew, okay, yeah, there's something about this, there's this thing, it's called AMD, and it's like the thing I need to get. So that's why I set out to build a computer with this stuff. I didn't know anything about NVIDIA. I didn't know anything about GPUs back then. All I knew was that if I wanted to play World of Warcraft, I needed to get this computer with like an AMD CPU. Because I was so annoyed about how bad World of Warcraft ran on my Toshiba laptop. Now keep in mind, it's not really the Intel's fault in this case. It's the stupid laptop's fault for thermal throttling like crazy while playing a game. So yeah, that was it. And then I think like a few months later, Intel launched Conroe. Core 2. Core and Core 2 came out, and the rest is history. ATI never made a motherboard back then? No, ATI made these really cool TV tuner cards, though. Do you guys remember that? They made these ATI All-in-Wonder. Do you guys remember these things? ATI made like these weird TV tuner cards. The ATI All-in Wonder. Do you guys remember this stuff? They made back then, man, things back then were like so much more interesting. There was like all kinds of weird like PCI, AGP, PCIe peripherals that don't exist anymore, like PhysX, AGEA, add-in cards. We all know how that played out. Nvidia basically bought out AGEA and integrated PhysX into their own product line. AMD bought ATI and integrated the graphics cards into their product line. So there was even talks. Do you guys know that? Do you guys know that once upon a time AMD and Nvidia were going to combine into one company? Are you guys aware of that? There was a time when Hector Ruiz, which I think was the second CEO of AMD in the entire company's history, he approached Jensen Huang of Nvidia, and he asked if he wanted to combine into one company, and Jensen agreed on the condition that he himself would become the lead, like he would be the CEO, not Hector. Like Jensen said yes, we can combine, we can merge, but I want to be the CEO. And Hector was like, no, that wasn't part of the deal. I think they were going to try to negotiate, but they were going to do that once upon a time. So basically it never happened. Because Jensen was like, it's either I'm the CEO or we don't have a deal. So the deal never happened. But they were supposed to combine like once upon a time. And that was before they acquired ATI. This was back in like the early 2000s. So this would have been like 2002 time frame, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, they were going to combine at one point, but then they didn't. So we all know what ended up happening, because if you guys remember, this is why I tell you guys, back in the day, Intel and ATI were more closer together. They were more of a team. And Nvidia and AMD were actually partners. Like AMD and Nvidia partnered up a lot. They would team up a lot. And that's the reason why you had motherboards like this that has an N-Force. Because Nvidia was contracted, they were the partner of AMD. They built the chipsets for AMD's CPUs. So you had AMD making the CPU, you had Nvidia making the chipsets. They were like partners. It was the two of them against the juggernaut that was Intel back in the day. And you guys know that, well, I don't know if you guys know, but Jensen used to work at AMD. So Jensen has always had like a soft spot for AMD, buried deep within him. I mean, he's even said this a few times. He's made a joke about it in one of his recent interviews with Stanford University. So they were partners, like back in the day, when it was just AMD doing CPUs and NVIDIA doing GPUs. But we all know what ended up happening. AMD, out of nowhere, decides to purchase ATI, which was the big rival of NVIDIA at the time. It was basically the enemy of their, like, ally. It was kind of weird. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you go and buy the competitor? And they basically overpaid for ATI, which is ultimately almost made AMD go bankrupt in the 2010s decade, until Ryzen came out and basically saved them. But yeah, it used to be NVIDIA plus AMD versus Intel plus ATI. That is the reason why when you guys like hear me talk about like building PCs, usually if I build an Intel computer, I always pair it up with a Radeon graphics card, because I think back to those times when like if you had a laptop that was Intel based back in the 2000s, it was usually an Intel CPU plus an ATI Radeon graphics. Intel and Radeon have a history together. See, a lot of people don't know that. Think about the time when Intel contracted with Raja Koduri and Radeon Technologies Group to develop that, man, what do they call that thing? Do you guys remember years ago, this was probably like 2015, 2016, Intel and Raja, when Raja was at AMD, they made this like thing where it was like a mobile platform. I forget what they called it. Kaby Lake G. Kaby Lake G was what it was called. I just remembered it. Kaby Lake G. Check it out. Intel 8th gen core with custom Radeon RX Vega M graphics. So Intel and ATI have a history together of partnering together. So this is the reason why the whole merger of AMD and ATI was so out of left field, random, and blindsided everybody. Because it used to be Team Green was literally AMD plus NVIDIA. Because for those that don't know, AMD's original color was green, not orange. It was green. And NVIDIA's color was green. NVIDIA's color has always been like a yellow green. AMD's original color was like a jungle green. So you literally had Team Green. So when I hear Team Green, obviously today we think NVIDIA, but when I really think of Team Green, I think of AMD and NVIDIA. That is the Team Green. How can you be one person team? It's like when you hear the word team, you think of like, okay, there's like people that are on the same team. So it's like AMD plus NVIDIA, that's Team Green to me. Yeah. So Team Blue plus Red was basically Radeon plus Intel. That's the reason why I typically think back to Intel plus ATI, and I think AMD plus NVIDIA. So that's how things were in the 2000s. And then all of a sudden, it just kind of changed because AMD merged with ATI. And they never really, for the rest of that decade, they never got rid of the ATI name. It was still like ATI Radeon. That's why when you guys look at like a Radeon HD 5770, like check this out. This is one of my graphics cards. This was the second graphics card that I ever owned. The first graphics card was an ATI Radeon X850 XT. The second graphics card that I got was this one, the Sapphire HD 70, the 5770. So this is exactly what it looked like. So see how it says ATI Radeon on the sticker? I bought this graphics card in 2010. My second PC that I built used this GPU. So they stuck with the ATI brand, even though AMD was the parent company at that point. Because AMD, I think, purchased them in like sometime in like 2007. They closed that acquisition. So, yeah. And because at some point, like NVIDIA stopped doing the chipsets. I don't know. I think that may have been like before they purchased ATI. I don't really remember. But they kind of went their own ways. They went their separate ways after that. And they ended up becoming rivals. But because AMD kind of messed up bad in terms of like they overpaid for ATI, so they didn't have enough cash to basically fund their R&D for a lot of their products. So what ended up happening was they couldn't afford to make these big bets on architectures that wouldn't pan out. You know what I mean? Like, for example, Bulldozer. That was a big flop. They bet wrong, and they paid dearly for that. The other thing they did, GCN. GCN was actually really good as a professional workstation card because that thing had insane amounts of compute. But for geometry and tessellation rendering, it was not as good as NVIDIA's pipeline. So that's what allowed NVIDIA to pull far ahead of AMD, or in terms of Radeon. And so they basically kind of were losing both. They basically set themselves up to fight a war on two fronts for the rest of their entire existence after they purchased ATI. So a lot of people think it's like, why did they do that? Because they set themselves up for such a difficult situation with a war on two fronts. Well, I think now with the whole thing with AI, the purchase of ATI by AMD is justified because of all this AI accelerators and GPUs are taking over and CPUs are doing less and less and GPUs are becoming more and more important. So now hindsight's 2020. So now it looks like they made the right choice, but boy did they suffer for it for like more than a decade financially. So your first GPU was a rendition? Oh, that's like a 90s graphics card. Yeah, this is my second GPU. My first one was Radeon X850 XT. This thing. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It had the little alien sticker that's peeling off. Yeah, that's my very first GPU. This thing was so good at rendering World of Warcraft. Man, World of Warcraft was where it was at. This thing with an Enforced motherboard, it didn't make any sense because that was like an SLI capable board, and I put like an ATI Radeon in there. But yeah, like this is supposed to go with like an Intel CPU, and I put it with like a Enforced motherboard with an AMD CPU, not knowing how the interaction between any of these companies at the time. Yeah, I remember my cousin was so jealous that I had this because my cousin, he got into World of Warcraft before. He actually introduced me to World of Warcraft, but it was like So his GPU was an ATI Radeon X800 Pro. He had this one. Is that PCI? Yeah, that's PCI. Oh no, yeah, that's PCI Express. I remember he was boasting. He was boasting that his GPU was PCI Express. He was saying how his GPU is PCI Express. And I think me and my friend were like, nah, AGP is where it's at. AGP is better than PCI. And he kept trying to emphasize, kept trying to correct this. He's like, no, it's not PCI. It's PCI Express. PCI Express is better than AGP. And I remember we didn't believe him. I didn't believe him. I thought he was lying. I thought he was just straight up lying. I was like, man, no, AGP is better than PCI. And he's like, I'm not talking about PCI, but I didn't really know. So it was kind of funny looking back, like how dumb we were back then, not knowing any of this technology. But it's like the X800 Pro, and then when I built my computer in the summer, he asked me like, what did I end up getting? And I told him this, and he was so jealous because he was so mad because I'm the guy who kept saying, like, making fun of him because I kept saying like AGP is better than PCI Express or PCI, and then I ended up getting PCI Express, which is ended up faster than his card because this is the R480, this is the XT, and his is the 423. So his is the cut down. His is the cut down. For those that don't know, Pro today is basically like, think of this as like a 7900 XT, and think of this as a 7900 XTX. Or let's redo that. Think of this as like a 7800 XT, and think of this as a 7700 XT. That's why he was jealous. He was jealous because it's like, first of all, he thought I had no idea what I was talking about because I was saying like AGP is faster than PCI Express. Then I ended up getting like a faster graphics card than him that is also PCI Express. Like, you could tell he was really, really annoyed after that. I don't think he like talked with me for like a month until I hit like level 60 or something. You had a Sapphire HD 3850 AGP. Yeah. See, man, back in the day, like back when things were like way more 50-50 split between like GPU vendors, like ATI Radeon and NVIDIA GeForce, they were both about like 40-60, closer to 50-50 split in terms of market share. You had way more frequent releases. Like, you had hardware upgrades much faster. Things changed all the time. Like, new things came out, like SLI, Crossfire, Motherboard generations would change really fast. CPUs would change real fast. You had way faster innovation. And then you had all these companies that would do weird things, like ATI with their All-in-Wonder. You had AGESA making PhysX cards, which Nvidia eventually acquired them. You had all kinds of like interesting things back then. Nowadays, it's like you have two vendors. One dominates the market, and the other one's the underdog, and that's basically it. And there's like nothing new. It's like one company dictates like what everybody does. Like one company invents ray tracing, or okay, I shouldn't say they invent ray tracing, but they push the message of ray tracing as the future, and everyone just kind of is forced to latch onto that, and that's basically all you get now in terms of innovation in graphics technology. Obviously, there's like all the AI stuff, but that all just kind of grew up over the last 10 years. You were into Lineage 2, the Lord of the Rings online. Oh, you never played WoW, but you played Lineage 2? Man. I don't know anybody that played Lineage 2 that did not play WoW. I know a lot of people that quit WoW and moved to Lineage 2. I don't know a lot of people that never played WoW and just played Lineage 2. But yeah, I don't know. I just remember like things were way more interesting back then. Things now are way more stale. Like you gotta wait 2 years now. The thing is the cycles are getting longer. And that's the whole idea of Moore's law is dead. Like because you have to wait longer now for generational changes in technology. Because and also the cost of innovating is so much higher. I mean, that exponential curve that you're talking about, that goes hand in hand with like the R&D cost. The R&D cost is also exponential. That's an exponential curve. And that's the reason why we don't get as many new things as often anymore. I mean, you have to wait like 2 years for a CPU to... It used to be you only had to wait for like a year. Like, you would see like Athlon XP, Athlon 64, Athlon 64 dual core, Athlon 64 quad core, Athlon FX. You had Intel Pentium 4. You had Intel Pentium D. You had Intel Core 2, Core 2 Duo, Core 2 Quad. Like you had, and then you had like the Nehalem stuff, the i7. So it's like you had way faster product release cycles. It was definitely not. You weren't waiting around 2 years for like a new CPU. Like it's like you bought in and you didn't think. So, you know now how we think. Like nowadays, there's this mentality of should I upgrade or should I wait? Should I wait or should I wait? And now it's like, oh, if you wait, you can wait. Oh, you can only wait a few more months. Oh, you have to wait another year. Now it's like, or back then it was like you didn't have to wait. You didn't. There's no reason to wait because like things would release so fast that there was no point in waiting around because it's like you're always gonna probably be behind in terms of technology. You're never gonna always be at the bleeding edge because it's like it moves so fast. You know what I mean? Like there was no like back then the equivalent of a 4090 would only be the fastest GPU for like 8 months. There's no point. Like nobody cared about a 4090 class product because it would get dethroned so quickly that it was irrelevant to think about that. So you really hope Expo without MCR can be a thing, because if you do that, currently it has retrain every time. No, it doesn't. I'm running mine with XMP/Expo with MCR on. Oh, you mean without? Why would you not run with MCR on? Why would you disable MCR? MCR is on by default for DDR4 systems. Like that's always supposed to be on. The default setting for that is auto, which means it attempts to enable it. So MCR and power down should both be enabled. But yeah, the thing with DDR5 that I think a lot of people don't realize is DDR5 was definitely meant for servers and enterprise. So every time you turn on the computer, the DDR5 has to initialize. It's not done by the CPU doesn't do anything. The DDR itself does the initialization process, and it communicates what it's doing to the BIOS. So it has nothing to do with the CPU. The CPU wakes up like after the initialization, then the CPU does things. And you know how I know this? Because if I clear my CMOS, or if I try to overclock my RAM and force it to retrain, when it's training on code 15, sometimes my CPU fan doesn't even spin. It's like the CPU is not even awake. It's like not even doing anything. Like the RAM itself is having to train itself. That's the reason why if you don't have MCR on, the RAM is always going to have to go through that process, because the RAM itself is responsible for initializing the SPD profile that you've specified. So it has to verify that it can do that. Then the CPU wakes up. Then it starts doing the back and forth with the IMC. So it's different from DDR4. So you got the Corsair 96 DDR66. Don't know why it is only XMP and didn't have Expo. XMP Expo doesn't matter. The only difference between Expo and XMP is technically Expo requires that the memory manufacturer or the memory reseller, in this case like G-Skill, Corsair, whoever it is, in this case Corsair, if it's Expo, they have to publish the subtiming table on their website as the official documentation. That's like a thing that AMD mandated for Expo. Now, Intel doesn't do that with XMP. So XMP is more like a black box. Like, they'll give you the primary timings in the documentation, but they're not going to tell you what the subtimings are. So you have no idea what the subtimings are on an XMP kit. I mean, it's always been like this. So I get this question a lot on a lot of the videos that I've done for RAM. Like, people, I don't understand where this confusion came from. Like, I get a lot of questions and comments like saying, why am I using XMP on an AMD system? Or it's like, can you do that? Or is it okay for me to run XMP with my 7800X3D? I don't know why people have this confusion. Like, what I usually reply to them is, yes, you can. And the example I give them is DDR4 on Ryzen. Zen 1, 2, and 3 all used XMP memory because that was all they had. And it all worked 100% fine. So I don't know where this confusion is. Like, I'm currently running XMP RAM on like every single one of my AMD computers, except Threadripper. Threadripper is like the one exception because that one has like RDIMM, which specifically had an Expo profile. But yeah, if you like, okay, the only reason why you would prefer Expo over XMP is because of what I said earlier. Because you can get the subtiming table from the vendor. You can't do that with XMP. If you request that, they're not going to give you. They're not obligated to give you that info if it's an XMP kit. But if it's an Expo kit, you can request it. If it's not on their website, you can email them. They'll send it to you. They'll send it to you because they I mean, that's following the Expo standard that AMD set. That's the difference between Expo and XMP. So that's the reason why I personally, like, if I'm gonna buy RAM, I always look for Expo first, even if it's for an Intel build. Fun fact, this CPU is using Expo memory. I'm running Expo memory with this CPU. And I'm running XMP memory with, like, these CPUs. So, and there's a reason why I'm doing that. But the point is, like, if given the option, Regardless of the CPU, whether it's AMD or Intel, I always would prefer Expo because I can get the full subtiming table. I don't have to hunt for it. I don't have to try to search on like some tech forums on overclocking websites to figure out what it is, without buying it. So whereas with XMP, you have to go through all those extra steps to find out what the subtiming table is. All the memory you have used loads JEDEC speed until that. Yes, that's how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to load JEDEC. It's never supposed to load XMP or Expo by default because XMP and Expo is considered an overclock, and that's technically running your system outside of the default specifications. It's considered an overclock. So XMP and Expo are not guaranteed to work. They say this. You go look at like the G-Skill documentation or the Corsair documentation. There's always an asterisk. It's like that fine line. It's like when you see those drug commercials and they tell you how good it is, and then at the very end they'll list all the side effects. Like that's all those things like death and blood clots and all this stuff could occur. Like it's basically like your system could be unstable. It's not guaranteed. It's not to run at this speed. Like all that stuff is the fine print at the very bottom. So it's not guaranteed to work. It's like Expo's not guaranteed to work on AMD. XMP's not guaranteed to work on Intel, and vice versa. So doesn't matter. Like you can mix and match them. They're gonna work just fine. Like in most cases. But yeah, I would prefer Expo over XMP. It's just, for me, I can't find Expo kits, except for that one that was mentioned, that Corsair 96GB kit. I haven't been able to find that locally, like from Micro Center, at all. So that's why I ended up with XMP. Oh wait, actually no, that one you said is an XMP. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Remember, keep in mind, guys, that before AM5, all of the entire DDR4 realm of existence has always only been either JEDEC or XMP. So if you're on a Ryzen 5000, 3000, 2000, 1000, you're using XMP memory. So all this confusion about can I use XMP on AM5, like I don't understand the confusion. Of course you can. Of course you can. As long as it's on the QVL list, that's all you need. But yeah, I haven't been able to find Expo. Like for some reason, there's not a lot of like high-speed Expo, and there's not a lot of high-density Expo. And that's where I ended up getting XMP, because I want the density. But see, like for example, if you look at these motherboards, and you go to memory support, I really like how ASRock tells you the vendor, the chip vendor. They tell you if it's high. I like how ASRock goes the extra mile and tells you if the memory is M die or A die. Like, that is really nice. Because most of the others don't do that. They'll just tell you Hynix or Samsung or Micron. But guess what? Most of all these memory kits, they're all XMP kits, most of them. All these ones that are running like 7600, 7200, these are all XMP. And guess what? We're looking at an AMD motherboard. And lo and behold, there's XMP kits like all over this list. So, but that's really nice that it does, that ASRock does that. Like on mine, so like this is the main motherboard that I'm using. This is the motherboard that I'm using right now. And memory support. Oh, look, 8000 speed memory works on my motherboard. Hynix A die. This is the one that I was thinking of. This one right here. This is the Magic RAM. This is it. This is the magic kit. I've been tempted to buy this RAM like probably 4 different times over the last 4 months. It's like once a month I feel like buying this memory, but then I never end up getting it. This is the magic RAM because this is the stuff that if you get this and you put this on Zen 4, you set your F clock is obviously going to be 2 gigahertz. You go to Gear 2 mode, your U clock is going to be at 2 gigahertz, so it matches F clock, so there's no buffering. And your M clock is 4000. It's like twice your U clock because of Gear 2. But why is this memory the magic memory? 1.35 volts. This RAM does 8,000 megahertz or 8,000 megatransfers per second at 1.35 volts. That means it doesn't run a lot of heat. It doesn't heat up. As soon as you go to 1.4, 1.43, 1.45, your RAM starts getting really, really hot. And that is going to affect stability. So you need to have active cooling if your RAM is running at 1.43 volts. So, but with this magic RAM, I can clock it at 8,000. And I don't even need to add any active cooling. The airflow from my Noctua air cooler is enough auxiliary airflow to maintain the temperature on this RAM. So this is the magic RAM. I've been wanting to get this RAM many times so I can make some videos on it. But at this point, I keep telling myself the reason why I don't buy it is because I'm waiting for higher density. I don't want to run 48 gigabytes of RAM. I want like 64 minimum, or I want like 96. Yeah, it got discontinued. And I was surprised they never brought out a new revision. We'll see a new one this summer. There'll be a new B50, like a B750 or B850 Master this summer, I'm sure. And it's, yeah. So at this point, I'll probably just wait. But see, like, this is the magic memory. Because this is like a 48 gigabyte kit, 2x24, 1.35 volts at 8,000. I mean, that's good. That's good. And that's an XMP kit. And that's the one that I would want to get to run in my Ryzen system. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm running too. Like I'm running, I'll show you what I'm running. 64. Well, they're going to say, let's do 48. They don't have it? Oh no, G-Skill. I'm not running memory that's on the QVL list, or it got removed. No, it's, oh wait, it's this one. No, it's this one. No, it's not this one. I've shown it in multiple videos. I mean, it looks and sounds like this one. No, it's not this. This is a 64. Mine is a 96 gig kit of this stuff. Trident Z5 RGB 96. Here we go. Yeah, this is no. Mine is the black one of these. This one? Yeah, this one, I think. Yeah, this is what I'm running. This is what I have in the computer that I'm using right now. G-Skill, Trident Z, Intel XMP, 2x48, 6400, CL32, 1.35 volts. I only go for 1.35 volt RAM. I don't have any like 1.4 volt RAM. All my DDR5 is 1.35 XMP or Expo. This is what I'm running. So yeah, I'm running the same exact thing, 2x48. I've been running it for almost a year at this point. I think I got this stuff back in like, I think it's been a year. I'm pretty sure it's been like a year since I got this RAM. I've got 2 kits, so I've got 4 sticks total. 2 are in this computer, 2 are in... So basically, 2 of these are with this, the 7950X, and the other 2 are with this, the 7950X3D. So 96 for both. Is this the one? The Intel computer, it was using my Expo memory. Actually, it's not using it anymore. It's using, where's Ripjaws? The very first DDR5 that I purchased is in my Intel computer. It was 5664. Cast latency 30. This one, 1.25. Yeah, I think it's this one. What's the difference? Why are there 2? I guess one of them is like a newer one or something. Oh, this is the Samsung one. This is the Hynix one. Yeah, mine's the Hynix one. This is what's in my Intel system. For those wondering, I have 4 sticks of this RAM in the Intel system right now. So Intel is using 4x32 for a total of 128 gigs of RAM. But unfortunately, because it's 4 DIMMs, I cannot run the RAM at 5600. I have to run the RAM at JEDEC. Well, actually, what I did was I loaded XMP, and then I manually downclocked the RAM multiplier to 48. So I'm currently running 128 gigs across 4 sticks with a 13900K at 4800 megahertz. So 4800, cast latency 30. The AMD one is running the XMP profile just stock, 6400 at CL32 in Gear 2 mode. So this is, no, not this. Did I get rid of that one? Why am I on the 8000? I thought I was on the other one. Anyway, this is the magic memory. I really want to see like 96 gigs. I want to see like 2x48 at 8000. I tried to overclock my 96 gig kit to 8000. It didn't work. The RAM didn't take it. It wouldn't, like the BIOS would try to train, and after like a minute and a half, gigabyte beeps, comes back and says BIOS memory failed to train and all this stuff. So I'm like, okay, yeah, it didn't work. So I mean, the only way I could probably try it is like try higher voltage than 1.35, but I was like, man, it's Hynix MDI, so it's probably gonna need like 1.43 or 4.5, and I'm not gonna run it at that voltage because I know if I do that, I'm going to need active cooling. So yeah. So this is sort of what I'm running. Basically, everything right now is all like XMP RAM. I do have Expo. I do have Expo memory. It's free from Micro Center. I'm not using it right now. If I use a test system, I'll probably use that. The only overclock you did on Hynix MDI was from that 1.25 to 30. Oh, the 36. Okay, so you basically ran it similar to this at 1.4. But see, 1.4 volts is a lot. What is your memory temperature at 1.4? Because if you're doing a lot, well, I don't know, if you're doing like stuff that creates a lot of heat, the RAM can be very sensitive to heat. So active cooling on the memory is actually a thing if you're trying to clock it like really high, but you're only running it at 6000 though. So it's when you try to go to like 8000 is when I tried doing it with. I haven't tried it with these. I could try maybe taking 2 of these out. I could drop Intel down to 64 gigs and then try to overclock these Ripjaws. These Ripjaws though are worse because this is like 1.25 56 versus that other one, which I don't know why I closed it. Why did I close that? I'm Trident Z5, 96, this one. Yeah, this one. So see, I tried to clock this to 8,000 at 1.35. It didn't work. So I just gave up. It's like, I don't really want to run it at 1.45 or 1.43. So I just gave up. This one is probably going to be worse. So I'm probably not even going to bother. I'll just wait until Zen 5 and then we'll see about memory overclocking and on that platform. But yeah, this is running 4 of these on Intel at 128 gigs, 4800 megahertz. This is running at 60. Why is this here? 6400. This is basically running at XMP. Like, all I did was load XMP on the AMD CPUs, and that was it. I didn't mess with voltages. I don't even think, because I updated the BIOS recently, I have not gone in and I haven't messed with the subtimings since I updated the BIOS last week. So maybe I'll do that again later, but for right now, I just run XMP and that's it. How do you test RAM? I used to use memtest 86, but I would only do that if I'm trying to test like a new overclock that I haven't done previously. Because I know this works stable, usually what I do for RAM that I know kind of how it already behaves, I just fire up Forspoken and I like run through Forspoken. I teleport around in Forspoken and I run around and see, because that game, seriously, that game is as good as memtest 86. I don't think it's as good as like Y-Cruncher and like those other memtest applications, but it's a real world thing that will tell you, like Forspoken legitimately will tell you if your RAM is not stable. Because it uses direct storage and because it has to encode off the CPU, it has a lot of random read-write to the RAM all at once, like a big burst. And then if you do like a mass teleport to like all the way across the map, it does this big sequential like direct storage operation. I don't even know what it's called, but it uses a lot of the RAM. So that usually tells me if the RAM is unstable. Like, no joke. I've literally just used Forspoken for the past year to tell me if my RAM is unstable. Because I would try like things like, for example, I would try like Gear 1 at 6400. My CPU can't do Gear 1 at 6400. None of my my X3Ds, my 7950X, none of them can do Gear 1 at 6400. And Forspoken told me that. Like, literally within 5 minutes. Game crashed. Crashed the desktop. Fatal error. I don't get the blue screen, I just get the game crash. So I back it off, I go Gear 2, go back into the game, 100% stable. Problem solved. So I know what my CPU can do. I can probably do 6200. I have not stability tested 6200 on Gear 1, but I don't care. Gear 1 versus Gear 2 doesn't actually make much of a difference. Like RK, he's been in the Discord. He's done a lot of like memory testing for me last year, and he has proven to me that the difference between Gear 1 and Gear 2 on AMD, on AM5, is really not that much. It's like 2%. So I just do Gear 2 mode 6400 and that's it. I don't care. So it's like, I just want my XMP profile to run. I just want the RAM to run at 6400. I don't care if the U clock is running at half M clock. I literally don't care. As long as the system is 100% stable, nothing crashes, that's all I care about. As someone who like live streams and has to make videos and render videos, I can't have my system crashing in games like in front of an audience. You know, like that's unacceptable. So it's, to me, stability, 100% stability matters way more than like some arbitrary benchmark. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So that's how I've been running my system pretty much for a year now. 6400 on the RAM, Gear 2 mode on the ratio. That's how I run the X3D systems as well. Like basically all of them. The Threadripper one is also running in Gear 2 mode because that's running at 6400 on its RAM as well. So yeah, Gear 2 mode, 6400. That's it. 1.35 volts. That's all you need. All my RAM is 1.35 volts. That's all I can say. That way I don't have to worry about it overheating, because that also affects stability. The temperature actually matters more than people think, especially on RAM, because RAM doesn't have a giant heatsink with a fan on top of it the way a CPU does. So anyway, guys, that's probably going to be it for this stream. I didn't expect to talk so much about like RAM on this stream. I might have to do... I plan to do some content on Dragon's Dogma on some older computers to give a wider picture of how the game seems to run across a bunch of different systems from someone who actually plays the game. I'm not saying that bench like review outlets that like speed run a part of the game are invalid tests. I think those are valid tests, but I feel like those kind of canned benchmarks where someone will fire up the game, run straight through the city and run through the forest for like a minute and a half, and then shut it off and do a second take and reload the save and do a third take and then average that and then go do it on another computer. I feel like that doesn't really give you the full picture, because you're not testing different environments in the game. You're not testing like battles. You're not testing, you know what I mean? Like it's not it's a good kind of like ballpark number, but it's not like a good real world experience of how the game actually runs. So we're going to do some content on that game specifically with older CPUs like Zen 2, Zen 3. So stay tuned for that. And I will probably catch you guys in the next one. I'll see you guys next week. Thanks.